specifically talking about what is happening in the West Asia situation. A massive fire broke out at an oil refinery in U.S. Texas on Monday. The incident occurred at the Valero refinery in the city of Port Arthur. Now, the blaze sent towering clouds of black smoke shooting into the sky. As per reports citing officials, the fire was caused due to an industrial heater blast. More details in this next report.
A loud blast was heard in Texas town of Port Arthur on Monday. The blast resulted in a massive fire at the Valero oil refinery. Due to the massive fire, black plumes of smoke covered the skies above the refinery. The blast and the subsequent oil fire refinery prompted officials to order residents of the west side of Port Arthur to take shelter. According to reports citing local law enforcement officials, the blast, fire and the smoke was the result of an industrial heater explosion at the oil refinery. So far, no injuries have been reported due to the incident. Officials informed that the blast occurred at around 6:30 p.m. local time on Monday. Eyewitnesses described hearing a loud explosion followed by visible flames and dense smoke billowing from the refinery site. The fire resulted in massive amounts of black smoke rising above the skies and smothering it. Officials from the fire department emergency rescue services are on the scene to bring down the blaze. As per reports, the refinery has about 770 employees. No injuries have been reported following the incident yet.
Update on the Prayagraj cold storage tragedy. The police have taken SP leader, former MLA and former Minister Ansar Ahmed into custody. Ansar Ahmed's son Manzoor Ilahi and nephew Alauddin have also been taken into custody by the police. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is the incident where many people were killed and many others were injured when a portion of a cold storage facility collapsed in a Prayagraj. This happened earlier, and the Prime Minister Modi and the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath have expressed grief over the incident. So major update on the Prayagraj cold storage tragedy, where the police have taken SP leader, former MLA, former Minister Ansar Ahmed into custody. Ansar Ahmed's son Manzoor Ilahi and nephew Alauddin have also been taken into custody by the police on the Prayagraj cold storage tragedy case. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, and this is coming at the backdrop of the latest of the collapse of the cold storage facility, where in UP's Prayagraj, ammonia leak was reported. Ammonia gas began leaking from the facility, prompting emergency containment measures. And in this case, we see that some action has been taken. The police have taken SP leader, former MLA and former Minister Ansar Ahmed into custody, and Ansar Ahmed's son Manzoor Ilahi and nephew Alauddin have also been taken into custody by the police. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Major update on Prayagraj cold storage tragedy. Major update on Prayagraj cold storage tragedy. SP leader, former MLA and former Minister Ansar are in custody in this case.
प्रयागराज के फाफा मऊ में आप देख सकते हैं कि आदर्श कोल्ड स्टोरेज जो कल अचानक भरभरा कर गिर गया, और जब यह कोल्ड स्टोरेज गिरा तो यहाँ बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग थे जो मोबाइल पर वीडियो बना रहे थे। लोग शोर कर रहे थे कि यह कोल्ड स्टोरेज गिरने वाला है, या उनको पहले से शायद आभास हो गया था कि यह कोल्ड स्टोरेज अब नहीं टिकेगा और कुछ ही मिनटों में गिर जाएगा। वैसा ही हुआ। एक वीडियो सामने आया जिसमें देखा गया कि काफ़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ मोबाइल से वीडियो बना रहे थे और यह कोल्ड स्टोरेज गिरने वाला था, और जो भरभरा कर गिरा, और इसमें लगभग दर्जन भर से ज़्यादा लोग दबे घायल हुए। 4 या 5 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। हालांकि आधिकारिक रूप से भी घोषणा नहीं हुई, 4 लोगों के मृत्यु की बात कही जा रही है, लेकिन रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर प्रयागराज नगर निगम की जो एक गाड़ी है वो लगाई गई है। कई बुलडोजर्स यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं, जेसीबी काम कर रही है। लगातार मलबे को हटाया जा रहा है। मलबे के अंदर से कंक्रीट भी निकल रही है, आलू भी निकल रही है, चूंकि ये आलू का कोल्ड स्टोरेज है।
लगभग 1:30 बजे सूचना मिली थी कि इस तरीके से कोई हादसा हुआ है। तो सूचना मिलते ही तत्काल पुलिस फोर्स एक्टिवेट हो गई और प्रशासन एक्टिवेट हो गया। एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ की भी टीम्स यहाँ पर पहुँची और लगातार कल दोपहर से ही रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और रात भर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चला। अभी जो बाकी जो मलबा बचा हुआ है इसको भी हटाने में समय लगेगा। तो लगातार कार्य चलता रहेगा और जितने भी जो घायल थे और कुछ इसमें 4 मृतक भी हुए हैं उनको हॉस्पिटल पहुंचा दिया गया है। और इस संदर्भ में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने मुआवजे की घोषणा भी कर दी है।
Getting updates coming in equity benchmark indices, Sensex and Nifty rebounded in early trade on Tuesday in line with a rally in global markets after US President Trump announced a temporary halt of strikes targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. The 30-share BSE in Sensex jumped around 1,516 points to 74,212.47 in early trade. The 50-share NSE Nifty surged 386.95 points to 22,899.60 from a 30 Sensex firms. The Interglobe Aviation, Asian Paints, Eternal and Adani Ports, Trent and Larsen and Tubro were the biggest winners. So big updates coming in here. We'll try to go across to my colleague Pranav in a short while. But we're getting some more breaking news coming in. It's about the rupee. The rupee has fallen 18 paise now to 93.71 against the US dollar. So that's the next set of breaking update that we have got for you. So stocks have eased a bit in early trade today, which is different from the other days. So there is some easing in stocks. We're specifically talking about the rupee. The rupee has fallen 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar. That's the latest update that we are getting for here in Republic TV. Stock markets have surged in early trade as strikes on Iran. Energy infrastructure is halted. So stocks are easing. Rupee, however, has fallen 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar. In early trade. I want to go back to my colleague Pranav. We have a Pranav from a Republic business team. Pranav, I'm coming across to you. Just help our viewers understand what is the situation looking like. Even though the markets have eased today a little bit more than the patterns we have seen earlier, the rupee has also fallen 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar. And these are early trade numbers that we are talking about.
Well, two things. One, as far as the markets are concerned, the markets are seeing a rebound, primarily after Donald Trump's yesterday's claims that he has halted the attacks on the Iranian energy infrastructure for the next 5 days. So the Asian markets are trading higher. Yesterday night, the Wall Street traded higher, and that's what the Indian markets are in fact tracing. As we speak, Nifty and Sensex are both up about 1%. They opened a little higher, but then are trading in a limited range because it is also a weekly expiry for options. So what we are looking at is markets positive, but still speculative as to whether this is really going to sustain. As far as oil is concerned, oil yesterday climbed to under $100 a barrel, but has again climbed up to about $103 a barrel, which is, after conflicting statements came from Donald Trump and the Iranian leadership. As far as rupee is concerned, what we are seeing is, in fact, the rupee has fallen about 8% this year and about 3% since the war began. So rupee continues to be volatile primarily because of the demand for dollars.
Yes, Pranav, the rupee falls against the USD and the markets have eased. However, how are the global oil prices looking like? That's also a cause of concern because global oil prices have been rising. Indian markets and Indian market experts have been tracking the Brent crude oil prices and the global oil prices. What about that?
In fact, if you remember, Brent, oil prices, in fact, breached about $190, $120 per barrel mark during the peak of the war. But yesterday, after Donald Trump said that the US has halted attacks on Iran's energy infrastructure for the next 5 days, oil prices crashed. In fact, they came down to below $100. As we are looking at an uncertainty right now because of the conflicting statements given by Trump, to which Iran has said that it's fake news and manipulating the markets that Donald Trump is resorting to. What we are seeing is oil has in fact once again risen. Brent is right now trading at $102 per barrel. That's about a 3% rise. So yes, oil continues to be volatile. It cooled down yesterday, but up again thanks to the conflicting statements coming from Iran and the US.
All right, well, thank you, Pranav, for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to our Republic business team to help us decode what the markets are looking like and the emerging trends and patterns that could follow later on in the day. So let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more updates which we are tracking. A luxury speedboat carrying industrialist Gautam Singhania capsized mid-sea. Very unfortunate. 2 Indians are missing in the Maldives now. Among the missing are rally legend Hari Singh and the former Navy officer Mahesh Ramachandran, who is an Arjuna awardee. Authorities say a massive search operation is underway. And while the overspeeding is being investigated, Singhania's spokesperson has clarified he was not driving that at high speed, pointing instead to a mechanical failure.
A luxury getaway turns into a nightmare in the Maldives. A high-speed boat carrying industrialist Gautam Singhania capsizing mid-sea, leaving 2 Indians missing. The accident happened late Thursday night near Vavu Atoll, about 2 nautical miles off Kyodhu Island, when a speedboat carrying 7 people overturned in rough waters.
And I saw around like 5 to 6 minor injuries on his face and his hand, and he was taken to the hospital. And since he refused to provide any personal information or personal data, the hospital authorities couldn't keep him in the hospital or admit him in the hospital for further investigation. So he wanted to have the cleaning up of the minor wounds or the injuries and let him go off to the yacht as soon as possible.
Maldives National Defence Force has launched a massive rescue effort, scanning thousands of nautical miles with air, sea and dive teams working round the clock. Among the missing is motorsport legend Hari Singh, a 5-time national rally champion known as the Flying Sikh and Gypsy King. Also missing is Commander Mahesh Ramachandran, a former naval officer, Arjuna awardee and an Asian Games medalist in Yachting. Investigators have now impounded the boat, with initial reports suggesting Gautam Singhania may have been operating it at the time of the incident. Meanwhile, an official statement from Gautam Singhania refuted the claims that he was driving the speedboat at high speed, calling the narrative misleading and irresponsible. Overspeeding is a key angle under probe, while fear grows that the missing may be trapped in nearby coral reefs.
According to the records, according to the information that we have received, there is no collusion or there is no this boat hitting into another boat. There is nothing that, no such incident happened. But we have seen from their GPS records that they have drove this speedboat at a speed of 72 miles per hour. So that means like it's they have excessive speed, or they have used this one for racing.
As the search enters a critical phase, the big question remains: was this high-speed tragedy avoidable?
Coming in now, we've shifted our focus to the conflict. We shift our focus to the conflict, and Kuwaiti army has come out with a statement and has spoken about the air defense systems of theirs. And the air defense systems are claiming, the Kuwaiti claims air defense systems are intercepting hostile missiles. Now we have put out those pictures coming in for you. The Kuwaiti army claims drones are intercepted. Drones are being intercepted since dawn today. So Kuwaiti army putting out that statement. We put out those pictures coming in for you as well. Kuwait army And Kuwait has repeatedly spoken about their air defense systems, which have been very active to intercept these hostile drones and missiles. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Pictures coming out for you of the Kuwait Army and what they have been claiming. They have said that they are responding to waves and waves of missiles and drone attacks. Kuwait is responding to multiple waves of missiles and drone attacks when we talk about the regional escalation. And it's called the public to adhere to security and safety instructions issued by the Kuwaiti authorities. Coming in the backdrop of the tensions since Israel and US launched joint attacks on Iran, a lot of people have lost their life. We have seen Iran is retaliating with drone and missile strikes, and they're targeting the Gulf region, specifically Jordan, Iraq, Gulf countries hosting US military assets, including Kuwait. So Kuwaiti army claims drones are being intercepted. Getting breaking up is coming in. The grant of commission to short service commission officers who have already been granted such commission by selection boards held in 2019, 2020 and 2021 shall not be disturbed. Permanent commission for women SSC officers. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is a huge update that we're getting for our viewers. So try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now. But Supreme Court saying the women SSC officers allowed permanent commission. NSC allows permanent commission to women SSC officers. So this is the big update that we're getting for our viewers on Republic TV. Supreme Court has delivered a judgment on pleas by women short service commission officers of the Indian Air Force challenging the denial of permanent commission, including petitions by Wing Commander Sucheta Idan and others arising from batch challenges to 2019 policy changes and AFT rulings. CGI said the issues are whether ACR of the SSCs were graded casually. And we have seen this come in. A lot of debate and observations were made in the Supreme Court. And the latest that we see is that the Supreme Court has now made that big statement there. A landmark ruling by Supreme Court for women SSC officers. A huge update coming in here on Republic TV. I want to go straight across to my colleague, who's Sarthak, who's joining us. Sarthak, Supreme Court allows permanent commission to women SSC officers. Just help our viewers understand why this is a landmark decision which has been made, a landmark ruling which has been made, because they were pleas by women short service commission officers. They were challenging the denial of permanent commission.
Yes, it was an important hearing in the Supreme Court today, where a key order that was passed by the Supreme Court was that it granted major relief to the women officers in the short service commission, especially for women officers who were appointed in 2019, 2020, 2021. The Supreme Court directs that they will be treated as regular officers who have completed 20 years in the service. So what Supreme Court directs through this order is that they will be identified as regular officers, and there won't be any gender bias against them. They will be entitled to all the benefits that regular officers in the Indian Air Force gets, including the pension and all the financial and the service benefit and all the compensation that is included and that is given to an Indian Air Force officer. The women officers in the Indian Air Force will be treated the same. The court over here directs to protect the past decisions that were passed by the Armed Forces Tribunal, the order that was passed by the Armed Forces Tribunal. The court has gone actually against the order that was passed. The petition was filed by the officers of the Indian Air Force against that order. And there is this wing commander,
Sarthak, big step towards gender parity in the armed forces. Big step. landmark ruling. Thank you, Sarthak, for getting us all those details. Landmark ruling by Supreme Court for women SSC officers. We move ahead because viewers, we will talk about this unfortunate incident which took place in Prayagraj, where a cold storage facility collapsed, triggering a deadly ammonia gas leak, leaking many people dead, many have been injured. We'll take a look at this report as we tell you what has been happening there in this development.
A massive tragedy unfolded in Uttar Pradesh's Prayagraj. A cold storage facility has collapsed, triggering a deadly ammonia gas leak. Workers feared trapped, bodies recovered and chaos gripping the area. In Uttar Pradesh's Chandpur village, rescue teams are now racing against time to save the lives of those trapped inside the storage facility. The cold storage facility turned into a death trap after it suddenly collapsed, after which the ammonia gas leaking started. Rescue teams rushed in, pulling out the injured and the dead from beneath twisted metal and concrete. So far, 5 bodies have been sent for post-mortem. More than a dozen injured, some battling for life at the hospital. Authorities confirmed that the cold storage facility is linked to former MLA Ansar Ahmed. A high-level committee has been formed to uncover the truth within 48 hours. Was it negligence, poor construction, or a deadly lapse in safety standards? As the probe continues, many questions remain unanswered.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा तुमको कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी में चला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between Kuki and Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket allegedly involving high-level political shielding. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs high-level meet on the evolving situation in West Asia. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paisa to 93 against US dollar in early trade. Prime Minister Modi to address Rajya Sabha today on the West Asia conflict, likely to speak on aspects of India's energy security. Hello and welcome you watching Live Report. Shavan Sen. With the latest now coming in from the state of Manipur, where late last night in the Kuki community and the Tangkhul Nagas. In fact, what we are going to take you through over the next couple of minutes is a ground report giving you a sense of as to how it all started. In fact, the clash between the Kuki community and the Tangkhul Nagas essentially started earlier this year. In fact, it has only intensified. Some arrests have already been made, but what's the trigger point here as to why exactly suddenly there is a spike in clashes between the Kuki community and the Tangkhul Nagas? A ground report coming in from Manipur to give you a sense of what exactly is the reason behind the latest clashes that have taken place between both the communities, and how exactly is the government of the day trying to control the situation on the ground. First up, take a look at this detailed report, and then we go across to our reporters in Manipur with the largest team on ground getting you the latest.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Yukrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Yukrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukhrul district of Manipur. Ukhrul and Kamjong districts are two adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Let me also bring in my colleagues Lintoy as well as Johnson joining us from Imphal, and from the newsroom, my colleague Amrita. First to you, Lintoy, to get a quick update as to what's the current situation like. Has it only intensified since late last night?
The situation has intensified, but I tried to reach out to the police station over there in the district, Kamjong district and Ukhrul district police station. But however, I cannot reach them out and get the proper information from them. But according to the locals, the situation over there is a volatile situation, and the public over there is also right now are in a panic stage. Back to you, Sawan.
Johnson, since you've also been on the ground getting us the latest details, you've spoken to the locals in that area. Could you help us understand why suddenly there is a spike in the clashes between both these communities? Because in the past, we have not seen this kind of a clash that has taken place. What is it that you're picking up from the ground?
Yes, Sawan, it is very unfortunate. Actually, these clashes between these two ethnic groups, the Tangkhul Naga and the Kuki, it started from 7th of February, resulting to drunk, the violence occurred from drunk men, and also resulting to that this tense incident, these tensions erupted in both Ukhrul and Kamjong district. There's gunfights between these Tangkhul Naga and the Kuki communities erupted almost every day. It can be reported. Every day. And yesterday also in Chalsat village, there also one of the border district of Manipur, that is in Kamjong district, is gunfight erupts between these Tangkhul and Naga village community. And today also from the early morning itself, there is a huge gunfight between the Tangkhul Naga and the Kuki community. Alleged report come from all sides that the Tangkhul armed members of the Tangkhul community attacked the Kuki community, and also from the Tangkhul side, there is an alleged report that the armed members of the Kuki community opened fire targeting the lives of the Tangkhul community, and also injuries on both sides is reported from also on the Kuki side and also on the Tangkhul side. Both those injured civilians, which are claimed to be civilians, but actually they are all armed members of the two ethnic groups. They have been reportedly hospitalized to the nearby district hospitals, and also it is also reported that not only in this Ukhrul and Kamjong district, also just after this Chief Minister's meeting with the Kuki Council members in Guwahati, there has been a huge tension that the members of the Kuki community tried to attack, and they have targeted to attack the residence of the chairman of this Kuki Council. And even yesterday also, huge tensions erupted in Suchanpur district, while these huge mobs tried to attack the chairman. And also in many visuals, as I have already shared, in many visuals we can see the protesters holding sophisticated weapons, targeting towards the security forces. Also, in yesterday's unfortunate incident. It is reported that one of the security forces, one of the assistant ASI of the CRPF was injured in yesterday's targeted firing by the mob towards the security forces. But officially, and asking to the senior district officers of the Transport district, there is no comment regarding this. But it is also reported from locals that one security forces person is injured. As of now, there is still tense in the border areas of Kamjong district. There is in Chasad area and also in the Ukhrul district, just in the jurisdiction of the Litan police station above this Sina Ketel area. There is still cross firing in the said incident, and the area is still tense.
Johnson, I'll request you to stay on with us as we're also getting in some more latest updates about arrests that were made earlier today. But let me also bring in my colleague Amrita. In fact, Amrita has been speaking to several of our sources in Manipur to get us a sense of what's really happening there. A story that was being completely blanked out by the rest of the national media. First to you, Amrita, with regards to why there is a sudden spike, which a question I had also asked Johnson, but give us a sense from the security prism as to why there is a sudden spike, because in the past we haven't seen this kind of clashes between the two communities, the Thankul Nagas as well as the Kuki communities.
Shavan, this new escalation is seriously raising some serious concerns, because as we all know that the conflict and the violence that erupted since May 2023 in Manipur was between two ethnic communities in Manipur, which is the Kuki and the Meiteis. And now with painstaking efforts, when some sort of semblance of normalcy has returned to the state, now there is some other conflict between two other communities again brewing up, especially between the armed Kuki groups and some Thankul Nagas as well. And now if we look back at some of the recent escalations, so this has happened since the beginning of this year in January, when a certain Naga Thankul groups have reportedly burned down some farmhouses in the Kangpokpit district, allegedly saying that that was used for poppy cultivation. And since then, the ethnic clashes between the Kuki groups and the Naga groups have been escalating. And after that, in February, just a few weeks after that arson attack, the Litan attack continued. This is when several houses in Litan belonging to the Thankul Naga groups were burned down, and nearly 30 houses were turned to ashes, and they were displaced as well. And following that, there have been sporadic incidents of Thankul and Kuki firing back and forth, and then this big breakthrough again came out in March again, just a few days ago on the 19th of March, when in Ukhrul district, 3 villages were reportedly exchanging fire. And just last night and on the night of Monday, this happened again, a fresh shootout where reportedly, as reports said, that this happened from a Kuki-dominated area in the Chasad district, in Kamjong district, in Chasad village of the Kamjong district. Now, the interesting part is that Kamjong and Ukhrul district are the two Naga-dominated districts in Manipur, and they also share a porous border with Myanmar. And now, this also poses a certain risk, especially in the security of the region, because as Manipur has been engulfed in violence since the past 3 years, and after painstaking efforts when normalcy and a popular government has been restored, it seems as if some unseen hands is trying to still stir the pot and to continue this escalation with some other ethnic groups again. So the question remains if Manipur will still see any sort of a normalcy returning, and will this violence continue to extend even more years? Back to you, Shaban.
Well, thank you very much, Amrita, Linthoy and Johnson, the only Indian news network to have the largest presence on the ground. In fact, this is the latest report now coming in from Manipur. It is undoubtedly a cause of concern, with the Chief Minister now basically assuring that all measures are now being taken to restore law and order situation on the ground. A story that we'll be tracking through the day. Shift focus now to a Republic investigation. In fact, since the time the West Asia war has broken out, There has been a direct impact here in India, particularly with regards to LPG. In fact, the government has admitted that there is a cause of concern, but having said that, they've also assuaged the fears of many that whether at all India has enough reserves or not. Once again, the government has made it very clear that there is absolutely no need for panic booking. But across many states, what we have essentially seen is that despite the assurances that have been made, there has been massive hoarding that is taking place. In fact, this is a story that is coming in from the state of Karnataka, where we are given to understand a tip-off was essentially given to the food supplies department with regards to LPG hoarding. What effectively happened thereafter on camera is what we are going to put out right now as to how there is a political link that is basically emerging, and the fact that whether at all there is some sort of a political patronage that is being provided to those who are hoarding LPG cylinders. Take a look at this report.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನೋ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಎಂಟ್ಕಂತು ಏನೋ ಒಂದಾಯ್ತು, ಬಿಸಿಲು, ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಯಾರು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟವ್ರಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇರಿ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪೇ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಿರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆದಂಡ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೇಲ್ನವರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಏನಂತ? ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆ ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ. ಏನು ಬೀಗ ತಗ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ ತೋರಿಸಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಮಾಡಿ ನಾ ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಇವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರ?
ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೈದೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ? ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದಿಂದ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತಷ್ಟು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಇಷ್ಟ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ್ರಂತ
ಯಾರು
ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಎತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಯಾರು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಇವರು ಕೆ ಎಚ್ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪರ, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಫೋನ್ನ ಅವರೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಜೇಡಿಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಂತವರು. ಬಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ? ಅದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಆಯ್ತು, ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇವ್ರು ಹೋಗಲಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಅದು
ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ? ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಗಾಲ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ.
My colleague Abhishek is joining us from Bengaluru. Abhishek, first take us through what really happened, because what we're given to understand is that the Food and Supplies Department was given a tip-off about LPG hoarding, and when the reporter essentially confronted the Food and Supplies Department officer as to why exactly the raids were stopped, she basically takes the name of a political figure. We are not putting out the names of the political figure as yet, given the fact that this is a matter which is still being investigated. But having said that, it appears that there is some sort of a political patronage that is being provided.
Well, with respect to the incident which has been reported on Republic Kannada, the issue is that amidst the ongoing crisis between the countries, where we are facing a severe shortage of the commercial cylinder, not only in the city Bengaluru but across India, a location which is named as Yelahanka in Bengaluru has found at least 300 cylinders which belong to the domestic and the commercial sector, which had been stored in one of the unidentified place or a place which was not meant to store the cylinders in such a huge quantity. We can hear two voices in which one belongs to the reporter and the other voice belongs to the official from the food department. The official from the food department claims that the public had complained about the illegal storage of the cylinders. However, when they tried to confront or when they tried to raid the location, the officials have informed the reporter that they received a call from the minister himself, the food minister K.H. KH Muniappa himself. On the other hand, the officials also say that if at all, after taking the directions from the food minister, if at all we proceed against this person who has stored the cylinders illegally, there would be a vigorous action on the official who has disposed their duties of. On the other hand, when Republic TV tried to talk with KH Muniappa, the food minister, he very personally on the camera has mentioned the fact that he hadn't called any of the officials from the food department. He has also mentioned that there will be a severe action initiated against the agency which has kept the cylinders off the radar in an undisclosed place without the record of the food officials. On the other hand, he has also mentioned that there will be a severe action on the official who has used or misused his name. And he also mentions the fact that this location, this agency doesn't belong to the minister and any of the relatives or the friends who are the supporters of the Congress party. He has also mentioned due to the ongoing crisis, none of these things will be entertained. None of the persons who are trying to sell off the cylinders in the black market will be allowed. Then there will be a criminal case instigated against them if at all any of these kind of malpractices are found, not only in the city Bangalore but throughout the state. We are also waiting to receive the response from the
Abhishek, person I just want to quickly, Abhishek, I believe there are some raids that have been also carried out following this investigation that has been carried out by Republic Canada. In fact, it seems that fresh raids were carried out. It's a direct impact of Republic Canada's investigation on the ground. I want to once again quickly play out that investigation done by our colleagues on the ground to get us a sense of why exactly were these raids stopped and whether at all there was some sort of a political pressure that was put on those who are carrying out those raids.
ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಮಿಷ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನೋ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಎಂಟಕಂತೂ ಏನೋ ಒಂದಾಯ್ತು ಬಿಸಿಲು ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಯಾರು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟವ್ರಲ್ವಾ
ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ರೀ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪೇ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಅಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಿರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆದಂಡ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೇಲ್ನವರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಏನಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆ ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಓಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ ಏನು ಬೀಗ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾ ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರ
ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೈದೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತಷ್ಟು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಇಷ್ಟ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ್ರಂತ
ಯಾರು
ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಪಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾರೆ
ಯಾರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಇವರು KH ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪರ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಫೋನ್ನ ಅವರೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಜೇಡಿಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಂತವರು ಬಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಅದು
ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅದು ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಗಾಲ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ
Abhishek, just a quick answer before we wrap up. Is there any response really coming in from the Food and Supplies Department as to why exactly the first set of raids were basically stopped?
The Minister of the Food has reacted to Republic Canada, where he mentions the fact that these raids will continue based on the information not only from the media but also from various other sources. And also he has mentioned the fact whoever stores the cylinders illegally without permission and in unwanted places, there will be a strict action against all those persons, and also there will be a strict action against officials who do not dispose of their duties by securing these cylinders. So we have already received one of the reactions from KH Muniappa, but we are awaiting the response from the Commissioner of the Food and Supply as of now, and we are making sure that the Commissioner will react on this, Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us the latest details. Republic Canada investigation, and now it seems that the government has basically responded to the investigation that has been carried out by our sister channel, Republic Canada. That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. Prime Minister Modi all set to address the nation from the Rajya Sabha on the West Asia conflict at 2 p.m. this afternoon.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है? सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा।
Manipur continues to remain on edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga groups in the Kamjong district. Exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket allegedly involving high-level political shielding. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh chairs high-level meet on the evolving situation in West Asia. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. PM Modi to address Rajya Sabha today on West Asia conflict, likely to speak on aspects of India's energy security. At least 66 Colombians killed and over 50 injured after a military cargo plane crashes during takeoff. Getting big updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's talk about these seat sharing ahead of the crucial elections. Now, Tamil Nadu polls, VCK and DMK signed the agreement on seat sharing. VCK had asked for around 10-11 MLA seats and one Rajya Sabha seat in 2028. Now the party has been given 8 seats in state assembly. So big events coming in here on Republic TV. Seat sharing finalized between the VCK and DMK, which is leading the Secular Progressive Alliance, finalized a pact with the CPIM earlier already. And in the latest update that we're getting for our viewers, we understand that one more pact has been finalized. This is as we see that the VCK and the DMK have finalized a seat sharing formula. Remember that VCK was pushing for a larger share when it comes to seat sharing. DMK was facing a lot of pressure with this alliance as seat sharing talks with CPIM and VCK were continuing for the past few days. And let's talk a little bit more about what has happened now. VCK wanted a larger seat share. Sharda joining us on this. VCK and DMK have finalized a seat sharing deal. VCK wanted more seats and DMK has agreed to give VCK 8 seats. So did VCK get what they wanted, or was there a bit of a compromise on both the ends, Sharda?
Well, earlier VCK wanted 2 extra seats, that is 2-digit number, either 10 or 11 plus 1 Rajya Sabha seat for the upcoming 2028 when there is a space available by the DMK. However, now VCK has settled for 8 seats, which is 2 more than what they contested in 2021. And with these 8 seats, the VCK has lost 2 seats that they had initially bargained to take from the DMK. And this comes after the CPIM yesterday night signed the letter saying that only 5 would be given to them and not 6. So for the past few days, we've been seeing VCK, CPM, even the Congress, which we have been in the war of words with the DMK, fighting over the seat sharing policy, with the DMK very strong on fighting in at least 170 constituencies on their own under the DMK symbol. It's been made sure that the ally parties are given only a limited number of seats. So if the question is if VCK is losing out on seats with what they demanded, yes, they've gone to 8 from 10, which means they've lost 2 seats, and now VCK is agreed for 8 plus 1 in the upcoming elections and 1 Rajya Sabha seat, whereas other parties with smaller infringements like MNM, Kamal Hassan's MNM, and also other more smaller infringements of the DMK ally are yet to have a conversation on the final seat sharing process, Shivangi.
Sharda, okay, take our viewers through the latest seat sharing agreements between the other parties as well. You know, when we talk about DMK and its allies, and of course the other seat sharing pacts which are being made in Tamil Nadu, how is that going? Is it a smooth process, or will we see last minute decisions being made?
Initially, it was not a smooth process at all. We know the Congress had been almost asking for power sharing and seat sharing for more than 32 seats, at least for the last 2 months, and they've settled for 28 seats in the state assembly. Following the Congress, there's Communist and the Marxist Communist, which is asked for 5 plus 5, which is 5 for the Communists and 5 for the Marxist Communist. And now the VCK, one of the major shareholders of the party, which is now settled up for 8 plus 1. Following this, the DMK still has the DMDK, Premlata Vijaykanth, who joined the party very recently as their alliance, and that was their first time joining the DMK. They've all been throughout with the AIADMK and NDA for the past 35 years, and it's their first time with the DMK. It's likely that to have the DMDK very satisfied and give enough number of seats is why the DMK has been fighting with Congress, the VCK and all, and including the Communists and the Marxists for a limited number of seats to make sure that they also incorporate DMDK into these numbers, whereas the DMK is still strong in getting 170 seats just for them, especially the seats that are reserved for the DMK regime in the state of Tamil Nadu, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details, Sharadha, as we count down to the crucial elections, which are next month. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Papa Rao is a Maoist leader, a top Maoist leader, and they will be surrendering shortly. Not just Papa Rao, but around 16 other leaders are going to be surrendering very, very soon. So big updates coming in. Around 16, 17 Maoists to surrender together. And this is a huge update we're getting for our viewers. They will be seeking rehabilitation, and they are in possession of a large cache of weapons, including AK-47s and other weapons. So there was a deadline which was set. The deadline is 31st March. They were given 31st March as the last day to surrender. And now, according to the latest update we're getting for our viewers, these Maoist leaders are surrendering with a huge cache of weapons. This is coming at the backdrop of the action which has been taken to wipe out red terror. I want to go straight across to Bharat. Bharat, एक बार हमारे viewers को बोलिए अभी क्या next है? Papa Rao surrender करने वाले हैं. 31st deadline थी. And they also have a lot of weapons. बहुत सारे weapons हैं उनके पास. कौन-कौन से weapons हैं और अभी next क्या होगा? Yes.
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं कि 31 मार्च 2026 तक नक्सलवाद खत्म करने का डेडलाइन देश के गृह मंत्री ने तय कर रखा था, जिसके तर्ज पे सुरक्षा बल के जवानों की कार्रवाई तो हो रही है। इसी वजह से जो माओवादी के जो संगठन के जो शीर्ष नेतृत्व हैं, यही नक्सल संगठन का सबसे बड़ा नक्सली अगर किसी को कहा जा रहा था तो वो देवजी को कहा जा रहा था। तो देवजी वही नक्सली है जो तेलंगाना में आत्मसमर्पण कर लिया, और वही देवजी के संपर्क में पापाराव भी रह के कार्य कर रहा। तो पापाराव पश्चिम बस्तर डिवीजन का इंचार्ज भी रहा है और बड़ी घटनाओं पर शामिल भी रहा है। आखिरकार पुलिस के जवानों की अगर बात की जाए या फिर पुलिस के उच्च अधिकारियों की अगर बात की जाए, बीजापुर भौगोलिक परिस्थितियों की अगर बात की जाए, इन परिस्थितियों में जो पापाराव का नाम बेहद चर्चित रहा, क्योंकि खूंखार नक्सली के तौर पे भी पापाराव को देखा जाता था, क्योंकि बड़े नक्सली में उसका नाम आता था। कोई कहता है 25 लाख का इनामी था, तो कोई कहता है 50 लाख का इनामी पापाराव था। पापाराव के आत्मसमर्पण को लेके कहीं ना कहीं जो सवाल है वो भी उठते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। आखिरकार पापाराव सरेंडर कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है, लेकिन कुछ देर के बाद ये भी जानकारी बाहर निकल के आई कि जो 12 माओवादियों के साथ पापाराव आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए निकल चुका है। लेकिन अब जो आंकड़े बाहर निकल के आ रहे हैं, 12 नहीं 17 माओवादियों के साथ, पापाराव के साथ जो विज्जा की अगर बात की जाए, जो बड़े माओवादी हैं, जो बड़े पद पे काबिज करते हैं, जो संगठन में जिनका दायित्व हुकूमत के तौर पे देखा जाता है, वो माओवादी भी पापाराव के साथ समर्पण करने के लिए जगदलपुर के लिए रवानगी हो चुके हैं। बीजापुर से वो निकले हैं, 17 साथी के साथ निकले हैं। बताया भी जा रहा है कि बीजापुर में और अन्य जो माओवादी हैं उनकी भी मौजूदगी थी, वो भी पापाराव के साथ समर्पण कर सकते हैं। वही हथियार की अगर बात की जाए, पापाराव का बड़ा नाम कहा जाता है इन इलाकों पे, जिन इलाकों पे मेरी आमद और मेरी उपस्थिति दर्ज हुई है। इसी इलाके की अगर बात की जाए, बीजापुर के अलग अलग इलाकों में अलग अलग जगहों पर पापाराव की जो चर्चा है बेहद ज्यादा होता है। इसी वजह से हथियार की अगर बात की जाए तो माओवादी आमतौर पर जो बड़े माओवादी होते हैं, जो चर्चित होते हैं, जो नामी माओवादी होते हैं, वो AK-47 जो ऑटोमेटिक जो वेपन्स होते हैं वो इस्तेमाल करते हैं। तो अगर पापाराव की अगर बात की जाए, अभी कौन कौन से हथियार के साथ वो उस इलाके से, जंगल के इलाकों से मुख्य धारा की ओर लौट रहे हैं, तो आपको बता दूं मैं, जो बड़े हथियार होते हैं, 303 की अगर बात की जाए, AK-47 ऑटोमेटिक जो वेपन्स है।
So top Maoist leader will be surrendering shortly before the 31st March deadline, which was given to them. It's a big win coming in for our security forces. Okay, let's move ahead. Getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Over 50% of gas-dependent industries are hit in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar as fuel shortage triggers shutdown. The industry representatives, industrial gas supply has remained completely halted for the past 18 days. A prolonged disruption in industrial gas supply has severely impacted manufacturing activity in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra, with over 50% of gas-dependent industries either shutting down or some of them are even facing imminent closure. Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Now, pictures on your screen of what is happening. Citizens are thronging outside gas distribution agencies and centers due to the volume of domestic gas cylinder bookings surging to 5 times the normal distribution capacity. Now, while the city typically has a capacity to distribute an average of 10,000 cylinders per day, current demand has skyrocketed to reach 60,000 bookings daily. So back-to-back updates coming in here. You can see there is a big shortage of energy there. So 50% of gas-dependent industries hit in Maharashtra, Sambhaji Nagar, as citizens throng gas distribution agencies in Sambhaji Nagar. Putting out those pictures coming in for you about what is happening there. Okay, we have Revati joining us. Revati, what has led to the shortage there? You know, we see a lot of people are lining up in large numbers, waiting for these cylinders. What really happened there? You know, because we see that there are less cylinders and more people who want it. This is very concerning.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, though the ministry is saying that there's no shortage, but as you can clearly see, in Maharashtra, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, people have literally thronged in front of the gas agencies. And the only reason is that there was a speculation, which ministry though cleared it, but there's a speculation that in domestic cylinders, now it is highly possible that one can get around 10 kgs of LPG instead of 14 kgs. And that is the reason why people are literally crowding in front of the gas agencies. There are three things which are happening around LPG shortage in Maharashtra's Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, and that is one, that the people are thronging in front of gas agencies because of this particular speculation, and secondly, almost due to the shortage of industrial gas, there are many industrial outlets that are shut, many industrial various companies that are shut due to this particular shortage. Also, now there's latest update that is coming up, which is that due to the shortage of LPGs, there are many auto rickshaws which run on LPG.
Yes.
They are also not able.
Revati, I will come back to you. Revati, thank you for giving those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this developing story. We're getting some more breaking news coming in from Ghaziabad. This is the Ghaziabad espionage case. 3 were accused arrested. Ghaziabad police arrest key accused Samir alias Shooter. Delhi's Samir alias Shooter, also called Shooter, arrested. And Samir Pathan taken into custody. Ghaziabad's Shivraj also apprehended. So 3 more arrested in the Ghaziabad espionage case. And the big update we're getting for our viewers is that all of them used to send videos and photographs to their handlers based in Pakistan. Very concerning. So these 3, according to the updates we're getting for our viewers, they sent videos and photographs to their handlers based in Pakistan. A total of 21 spies have been arrested so far. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Saurabh, who's joining us. Saurabh, just take our viewers through what has happened. Now, this is the espionage case. What happened in this espionage case? Who are these 3 arrested? And also tell us that how were they corresponding with their handlers? What are we learning about? And by the way, these handlers are in Pakistan. They're based in Pakistan.
Yes, they are based in Pakistan, and the handlers are working for the ISI. And these 3 people, those who are arrested in this case by the Ghaziabad police, the Samir alias Shooter was in direct touch with the Pakistan handler, and he was in contact with him via WhatsApp and mobile phones. He was sending pictures and videos of the sensitive locations across the national capital, including the Delhi Kent railway station, and Delhi Kent military installations, along with the Sonipat military installations. They were sending the live feed through the solar-powered CCTV cameras, and they were planning to place this 50 CCTV cameras in different 50 locations and all across India. Apart from these military installations, they are also taking the pictures of the religious places and the other railway stations also, and they are directly sending the live feed to the Pakistan handlers. Apart from that, they are also recruiting in India. There are more people linked to this espionage case, and they were actively recruiting the youths who are tech savvy, including the mechanics, including CCTV operators, and those who are in need of quick money. This Samir alias Shooter was the main accused in this case, and last year also Special Cell has also arrested him on the suspicion of supplying illegal arms. But in this case, he was clearly involved, and he was directly in touch with the Pakistan's ISI handler. And apart from him, nearly 21 people have been arrested in this case so far, and they have been taken into the custody. And they were in directly touch with the ISI-based Pakistan handler, and they were supplying the real-time feed and information of the sensitive locations, including who is coming in and who is coming out of the military installations in Delhi Kent, what are their locations, and what are the movements at the Delhi Kent military installations. They installed these cameras in last month, in February, and the Ghaziabad police has busted this racket on March 14th, when they have arrested 6 people in connection with this case. And after that, they are actively arresting, making the arrest in this case and busting this whole network, which is directly linked to the Pakistan's ISI. And post-Operation Sindhu...
Yes, Saurabh, thank you for getting those details. I'm getting some breaking news coming in. Thank you, Saurabh. Getting some breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court. Let's go to the breaking news. Supreme Court resumed hearing enforcement director's plea accusing West Bengal. Supreme Court resumes hearing ED's plea accusing West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee and the state officials of interfering with its probe and search operations at political consultancy firm IPAC's Kolkata office. So, big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and we see that the hearing has again resumed. The hearing has again resumed, viewers. This hearing has been going on for a while now. Supreme Court hears ED's case against Mamata's government. So that has been, remember, that has been happening for a while. I want to go straight across to my colleague. Okay, this is the Kolkata IPAC raids case, and the state government has made some arguments earlier, and Supreme Court had asked West Bengal whether ED should merely watch as the CM had disrupted the speech. That's what we saw last time, Sarthak. And now it looks like the hearing has once again begun. What is happening today, and what can we expect next? Yes, Sarthak.
Well, we are getting live updates about the ongoing hearing that is taking place in the Supreme Court today. And Kapil Sibal, representing the West Bengal government in this case, is arguing one particular issue in the entire case, unlike the previous hearing or the initial hearing that took place regarding the obstruction of the investigation that was being done by ED in the IPAC office, which is a political consultancy firm. Contrary to that, at this point, Kapil Sibal is arguing on the maintainability of the case itself. He says that ED is in no position to file a PIL in the court in this particular matter under Article 32, because ED does not even have right to file a PIL under Article 32. Article 32 is exclusive to an individual citizen of the country. In fact, Article 14, Article 19, Article 20, Article 22 are exclusive to individuals in the country and not to an organization, not to a department. And he even makes claims that ED is not even a government department; it's a directorate. So ED is not in a position to file any PIL in the court. The entire argument revolves around the maintainability of the petition itself.
Yes, Sarthak, well, thank you for getting those details. I'm getting some breaking news coming in. Sarthak, getting some breaking news. A list of parties that have signed seat-sharing agreements with DMK for the Tamil Nadu Assembly election. So let's put out that list. The full list is out. I repeat, the full list is out. Let's put that list out for us. So Indian National Congress, 28 seats. Then we have CPIM, 5 seats. Then we see Indian Union Muslim League, 22 seats. Then we see the MDMK, 4 seats. Many other parties there. So we see the KMD, 2 seats. MMK, 2 seats, and the VCK, 8 seats. So the entire list is out of the alliance with the deal with the DMK. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. These are the parties which are aligning with the DMK. So seat-sharing formula is right there on your screen. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, Sharda. We see the seat sharing is out on our screens. We have seen a lot of negotiating has happened, a lot of negotiations, a lot of, the parties, for example, VCK had said that we need more seats, and finally DMK had agreed to that. Look at this list. Help us understand who has got what. Are these parties happy with what they have got? And is this the finalized list? Or can we expect more changes? Is this the final list that we see on our screens?
No, Shivangi, there are a few more parties that are yet to have their talks with the DMK. That includes Premalata Vijayakant's DMDK, which is to have their talks today or tomorrow, expected to finalize it before the nominations on the 30th. It is, apart from the DMDK, Kamal Hassan's MNM, which initially had 3 rounds of talks for 2 seats, and the confusion with the parties whether they'll stand in the DMK's rising sun symbol or in the torchlight symbol of the MNM. Apart from that, the rest of this other list that you're seeing on the screen, which is Congress 28, and there's VCK with 8, the maximum number of seats, and there is Communist and Marxist each 5, and there is MDMK, which belongs to the Vaiko, and which he'll be standing 3 in the rising sun symbol and 1 in their own MDMK symbol. And this is almost the final list of the DMK and its ally party. What we have to look forward is whether Premalata Vijayakant's DMDK is getting the enough number of seats. Already, though, 1 Rajya Sabha seat has been given to DMDK. Will DMDK be giving 8 or 7 seats to the DMDK is the only question left. And as you can see, VCK has settled for 8 seats, whereas they had asked for 10.
Yes, Sharda getting us all these updates coming in. The NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu has also finalized its seat-sharing deal in the assembly polls. But when we talk about the DMK, the DMK agreeing to give VCK 8 seats in Tamil Nadu assembly, you're saying that it's a possibility we can see a little bit of a movement there when it comes to more seat-sharing talks. But this is the finalized list. However, Sharda, we're also getting some more updates coming in. I think Puducherry elections, DMK has also released a list. We'll go to that as well in a short while. But take our viewers through, is DMK happy with the seat-sharing formula that has been decided by its allies?
Going down past 1 month back, we saw the Congress, the DMK, and every ally party of the DMK fighting for seat sharing and power sharing. Though they've settled down it in Tamil Nadu without power sharing, with the compensation with the number of seats with Congress and VCK, in Puducherry, it's totally different case. Even after the nominations were filed, yesterday night is when the DMK and the Congress finalize their alliance, which shows that the DMK and the Congress are not going hand in hand, especially in Puducherry. Congress is leading the alliance in Puducherry with DMK as a secondary party, and 16 will be contested by the Congress and 14 by the DMK, and 1 ally party of the DMK is getting 1 seat. And now DMK has released the list of 13 constituencies and their members who would be contesting the elections in Puducherry, plus 1 ally party that would be along with the DMK in their rising sun symbol, apart from the Congress contesting from the 16 elections.
A second there. We're talking about Puducherry elections. The DMK has released the list of 13 candidates. So let's take our viewers through what happened there. DMK is contesting in 13 seats. Okay, 13 candidates. DMK released a list of 13 candidates. I want to go back to Sharda on this. Sharda, we know that the VCK had said they will go ahead and contest alone in the union territory, talking about Puducherry elections. Take our viewers through latest coming in. DMK has got the 13 candidates it's going to field. The list is out. What about its allies? Are there any allies there?
Well, VCK decided to go to hand in hand with the DMK and the Congress in the state of Tamil Nadu, but in the Union Territory, it's a totally different case where VCK has decided that they will go solo in 4 seats. They'll be contesting in only 4 assembly seats, and it's all alone that they would be contesting the VCK party, whereas the Congress and the DMK continue to ally in Puducherry as well. But it came after a very long time. As I mentioned, after the nominations filed is when the Alliance Party, Congress and DMK agreed on the number of seats they'd be contesting from, and expecting to withdraw a few nominations from the DMK and Congress, expected that because the ally was confirmed at the very last minute. Now, this new list also shows the number of constituencies that the DMK will be contesting from is 13 and one of their ally party, and the rest 16 would be done by the Congress. What we have to remember is yesterday when the Puducherry former Chief Minister Narayanasamy from Congress wanted to nominate and contest, it was the DMK that stopped him from contesting from the same constituency, and it was DMK's leader Vaidilingam also wanted the same constituency. We saw the protests that the congressmen were doing outside the DMK office, showing that they are not happy with the DMK alliance in the Union Territory of Puducherry. So we can never say that the alliance of the India party, that especially the DMK, Congress and the VCK, though act all well and good in the state of Tamil Nadu, in Union Territory Puducherry, it's still a confusion.
Right. So you're saying right now that we talk about the alliance, there's a DMK Congress alliance. They've concluded their seat sharing talks. Still waiting for more updates to come in there. But how does the seat sharing formula really look like between DMK and the Congress? We have put our focus now to the Puducherry elections. And like Shada was telling us, the 13 names are out, 13 candidates are out from the DMK side. And we were also telling our viewers that the VCK was very upset with the DMK Congress alliance. And okay, we're getting these updates coming in. We'll come back to the story. DMK released list of 13 candidates, Puducherry, UT elections. So we shift our focus to Manipur now. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing was reported between the Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. Now the escalation between the two communities follows a series of attacks and retaliations since the past few weeks. Let's take a look at this report as we keep getting you the latest.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukrul district of Manipur. Ukrul and Kamjong districts are 2 adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Much coming up, viewers on the other side. PM Modi to address Rajya Sabha today on West Asia conflict. He will be speaking very likely on the aspects of India's energy security.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
मसाला।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अनुसरण होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and on agenda today, the Prime Minister is all set to address the Rajya Sabha at 2 p.m. later today, where he will keep the focus of his conversation on the escalating West Asia tensions and the energy crisis and LPG and crude shortages. Keep an eye out for 2 p.m. in the Rajya Sabha, but first, here are your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between Kuki and Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involving high-level political shielding. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs high-level meet on the evolving situation in West Asia. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. Prime Minister Modi to address the Rajya Sabha today on the West Asia conflict, likely to speak on aspects of India's energy security. Viewers, now starting fresh with what's happening in West Asia. We're getting in a fresh breaking development. Iran has now released new CCTV footage that show the dastardly attack on the Minab school that killed over 160 elementary school girls. Now Iran has released a new CCTV footage of US striking the Minab school in Iran that killed over 160 children in the first week of the ongoing war in West Asia. Now these are the visuals on your screens. Remember, a US Tomahawk missile struck the school, an elementary school in Minab in Iran, where 160 schoolgirls aged 7 to 12 years were killed. In fact, total death toll was mounted to 175, including the staff members in the school. Now remember, the missile struck the school twice in 2 different strikes, and 160 schoolgirls were killed as part of the strikes. One of the key escalation aspects of this war in the first week, a dastardly strike on civilian infrastructure, where an elementary school in Minab, a girls' school, was struck by US's Tomahawk missile at least twice, one after the other, until the entire structure collapsed, killing 160 schoolgirls, and the total death toll was mounted at 175, killing staffers, school members, teachers, and 160 schoolgirls. These are the live visuals on your screens. Viewers, these are the fresh visuals that Iran has released, a fresh CCTV footage that confirms the US's strike on the Minab school attack. Now remember, Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary in the United States, maintain that they are carrying on in an investigation. But remember, the same people who have rained down missiles on a civilian infrastructure, on this elementary school, cannot be the ones investigating the matter. However, US maintains that that Tomahawk was not fired by the US military. Nevertheless, there was another statement that was made where they said that because of outdated intelligence data, they may have struck the Minab school, killing 160 school children. These are the fresh visuals, CCTV visuals that Iran has now given. And look at the huge plumes of smoke that go up in the air just as Tomahawk hits Minab. There are 3 strikes that you can see on your screens, 3 strikes that were rained one after the other. Now, even if they say that this was because of faulty intelligence data, who takes the responsibility of the attacks on these young schoolgirls? Now, we're also being joined by Yusuf Jalali, who is a senior journalist who joins us live from the Iranian capital of Tehran. Yusuf, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. First of all, I hope that you and everybody around you, they are safe amid the escalating tensions. But speak to us about these fresh visuals. You know, US's Tomahawk, 3 strikes on an elementary school, 160 school children that were killed as part of the strikes.
Well, of course, following what Trump said about Iran negotiating with Washington, now we see that the Iranians are dismissing all such engagement. But at the same time, in parallel to those claims and counterclaims, we see that the strikes continue. Iran is striking the Israelis and the American assets in the region, and of course, they continue to strike Iranian territories. And we saw that a recent strike a few hours ago struck a hospital in the southwestern city of Andimeshk. But of course, Iran has been fiercely retaliating by targeting Israeli territories. Now, Iran claims that it has used a new kind of missile that can carry 3 bombs, each weighing 100 kilograms. And it has been able to inflict some heavy damages on Tel Aviv, targeting some neighborhoods and buildings in Tel Aviv. And the level of the destruction can be seen in footages circulating on social media. So from the battlefield and how Iran is responding, there doesn't seem to be any sign of diplomatic engagement. So now we have 2 scenarios and 2 narratives, one coming from Washington saying that Iran have been engaged in talks, while Tehran says and flatly rejects any engagement with Washington. But on the battlefield, it shows that Iran is not showing any sign of interest or any level of engagement with the United States at this stage, at least for now.
Right, Yusuf. In fact, also speak to us about, what is the Iranian regime's stand in the entire matter? Are they really safeguarding the civilians inside Iran who are being killed as part of the strikes? Now, Iran has been raining down missiles across the Gulf countries. But is it important to them that their own civilians are also, paying the price of the war that they've been fighting, that civilians are getting caught in the crossfire of this dastardly war? Yusuf.
Well, there are numerous rallies being held across the country by civilians, by the supporters of the Islamic Republic. They have been day and night out on the streets, chanting slogans, waving Iranian flags, holding portraits of the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and of course, holding placards with messages to the United States that the Islamic Republic remains a popular political system with millions of people expressing their support for this political establishment. When it comes to the government measures to try to offer some sort of shelters for the civilians, the Tehran municipality at least has advised people to stay indoors, or at times of crisis, they can go to subways and to try to take shelter there. But no shelter specifically built in wartime or specifically built for wartime scenarios has been prepared or built by the Iranian government so far.
Right, Yusuf. In fact, continue being with us. We're also being joined by a defense expert, Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, a retired military officer himself. Brigadier Sanjay, thank you very much for speaking to Republic and joining us this morning. But understanding, wanting to understand from you, the fact that civilians are being caught in the crossfire of this war. This is not a war that's now limited between combatants, two militaries, or even two global leaders. This has completely reeked into civilian areas. 160 innocent schoolgirls studying in an elementary school, just aged 7 to 12 years of age, were killed in a dastardly strike by the US's Tomahawk, which did not just rain one, but 3 strikes on the elementary school. What's your first comment on this?
Any war or any conflict will always have collateral damages. There is no doubt about that. But I'm very surprised at the statement emanating from the Americans to state that the missile that they fired had some malfunctioning or was outdated.
Yeah, they said that this was an intelligence data fault, that they had old data, which is why they struck a school. But is that responsibility taken enough?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. With the kind of technology that the Americans have, one of the best in the world, including with the Israelis also have fantastic technology. So I do not buy this line of the Americans that because of faulty feeding of the grids in the missile. No, sorry. It is just a face saving to say that it's happened, it's happened. Well, you should be bold enough to accept it. It's happened. In war, like I said, collaterals will be there. And the current situation, I'm telling you, Neetu, it's very, very precarious. Very precarious and very, very dangerous. And I say so, especially after the Iranians had fired their ballistic missile onto Dimona.
Yeah.
We need to understand that the Israeli nuclear facilities is just 13 kilometers from that city. So by doing that, the Iranians have told the Americans, the Israelis as well as the world, that if we could strike Dimona, there is no reason why we couldn't strike in the nuclear facility of the Israelis. Now that's my assessment. See, on 21st, these strikes went in, and 23rd, President Trump comes out with the statement that, okay, 5 days of pause we are going to have. What for? I feel that it is basically to ensure that the air defense resources around the nuclear infrastructure that the Israelis have, they want to strengthen it, maybe shift the nuclear components to certain safe places, as well as put a multi-tiered air defense system in place so that even by mistake, a missile does not go through and hit that location. You never know that in case it is a precision strike and the Israelis have not dug in the manner that the Iranian nuclear sites are dug in, which is approximately 500 to 600 meters below the feet, below the earth, it can be catastrophic for not only Israel will absolutely be obliterated, and lots and lots, millions and millions will be affected. In fact, the entire Middle East, whichever side the wind is blowing at that point in time, all those countries will be impacted. And as we know what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that even till today, the effects are there. So that is one thing where I feel that Netanyahu and Trump have decided that, okay, we need a pause. Second is that with the increasing, the dollar prices of the per barrel crude, so that is again which is impacting the world, I would say.
Definitely.
And that has forced President Trump to ensure that, so that they are also giving time to Iran that you have 5 days wherever you can start relocating your warships in the Strait of Hormuz to give us the impression that you will be withdrawing from there and permitting a safe passage. The other is that the military of all three, that is Israel, American, and the Iranians, would get these 5 days to rehash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brigadier Khanna also quickly shifting focus to one more breaking development, requesting Yusuf and Brigadier Khanna to continue being with us. We're getting a fresh breaking development, and this is unlike what we've heard in the 3 weeks of war. Now, reports suggest that Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has now agreed to negotiate with the US. Now, this is, we're citing the Arab media that says that the supreme leader, the newly appointed supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has agreed to negotiate with the United States amid the ongoing escalations in West Asia. In fact, quickly being joined by Yusuf Jalali, who continues to being with us on the broadcast. Yusuf, a very different statement from the Iranian regime's stand so far, where reports now suggest that Mujtaba Khamenei may just be open to negotiations, to coming to talks on the table with the United States. How much truth is there in this? And also, what does this shifting stance suggest? Earlier, the Iranian regime, after the killing of Ali Larijani, said that there is no space for negotiation. They maintained this stance since the beginning, but now they have agreed to come to the table with the United States amid the escalating tensions. Yusuf.
Well, of course, we have to wait and see how the Iranians are going to react to this claim, which is spreading right now on social media. And it was, of course, cited by Al Arabiya, citing Israeli sources. And sources, not just known figures or officials. For now, the narrative in Iran is that there has never been any such diplomatic engagement with Washington whatsoever. And Iran is now saying that Iran will not talk to the US if the United States does not meet the conditions Iran has set before, first and foremost, to pay compensation for the damages it has inflicted on its civilian and military infrastructure and even energy infrastructure. And second, the United States has to acknowledge Iran's right to develop ballistic missiles and, of course, to engage in peaceful nuclear activity. These are the conditions that Iran has, during the talks with the United States, has long been just setting for the United States to try to achieve a diplomatic solution to the crisis between the two sides. And Iran keeps insisting that these are the conditions, and if you are willing to accept these conditions, then we're open to discussions and negotiations. But from the narrative, from the lines of Iranian officials, we cannot see any sign of diplomatic engagement. Of course, all we have right now comes from Donald Trump himself and some Western media outlets talking about potential mediation by Pakistan and Turkey. And these countries are, they're claiming that these countries are involved in bridging the gaps between Iran and the United States. But when it comes to Iranian media, they're all about claiming victory over what Trump has said. They're saying that Trump is backing down from what he calls surrender or unconditional surrender to now unconditional ceasefire and negotiation with Iran. And this is a trend Iranian officials are clinging to say that this war is, of course, won by the Islamic Republic.
Yeah. Right, Yusuf. That was Yusuf Jalali, a senior journalist joining us live from Tehran, along with Brigadier Khanna, our defense expert. Thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. Fresh visuals of strikes on the Minab school. Now, viewers, shifting focus. Now, the spokesperson for UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is urging a de-escalation of hostilities between Israel and the proxy Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, as peacekeepers reported continued heavy exchanges of fire in both directions along the blue line. Take a look at this report.
I can tell you that we also remained deeply concerned about the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel. Over the weekend, UNIFIL peacekeepers reported continued exchanges of fire in both directions along the blue line, as well as intense airstrikes across their area of operations in southern Lebanon. UNIFIL observed continued Israeli defense military activities and assets concentration across their area of operations, alongside clashes in several areas particularly in the vicinity of Khiam in Sector East and Aitarun in Sector West. Today, UNIFIL reported an explosion within their own headquarters in Nukora, with smoke observed emanating from a structure believed to have been caused by munition. There are no reported casualties, and the full extent of the damage is still being evaluated.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the other assets of the war. Now we bring you an exclusive report that comes straight from Israel amid the ongoing West Asia war that is ensuing over exchanging of strikes on and forth. Now strikes have rampantly risen across central and even southern Israel as Iran launches waves of ballistic missiles amid the ongoing escalations. Now over 400 missiles have been fired since the start of the West Asia war on the 28th of February. Around 92% of them intercepted by Israeli defense systems, their Iron Dome. The strikes have caused injuries and damage to buildings in southern Israeli towns, including Arad and Dimona, near Israel's nuclear research center. The attacks have led to heightened tensions, with US President Donald Trump now threatening to obliterate Iranian power plants if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz. Israel has responded with strikes on various Iranian targets, including their military bases, their infrastructure, even in their capital, Tehran. They've carpet-bombed the entire area. The conflict has also affected neighboring countries in the Gulf, in fact, with Saudi Arabia, UAE reporting multiple missile and drone attacks one after the other. Now, as the situation remains volatile, with both sides exchanging threats and retaliations, let's listen in to an exclusive insight that's come straight from Israel, from the war's ground zero.
The Iranian rocket hit here at this neighborhood of the city of Dimona, and it is less than 20 kilometers from the nuclear site of Israel. And just if the rocket would hit there, it could be a big disaster, not just for Israel, but to the whole region. And you can still see this smoke here, and the security forces of Israel are still working here. It's really hard to speak, and this is what is happening just from one ballistic rocket. This residential area of the city of Dimona was completely destroyed just by one Iranian ballistic missile. The city is located in the south of Israel, not so far away from the Dead Sea, but also from a strategic nuclear site of Israel, which is located about 20 kilometers from here. And you can see how much destruction was caused just by one ballistic rocket. And this residential area is completely destroyed. You can see here the teddy bear. You can see the children, families lived here. And just by fortune, because Israelis are used to go on time to the bomb shelter, and their alert system that is alerting to all the Israeli citizens to go to protected areas about 10 minutes, sometimes even 15 minutes before the blast. It is saving the lives of many Israelis. Otherwise, hundreds of people could have been died just from this blast. You can see how extensive is the damage here inside, and this is just one rocket doing so much damage. This neighborhood at the southern city of Israel, Dimona, not so far away from the Dead Sea, was completely destroyed by Iranian missile. You can see all the residential buildings were wiped out by the shock wave of this big ballistic missile. You can see how extensive is the damage all around, and also the buildings here are completely destroyed, and the radius of destruction from this rocket is hundreds of meters, and tens of residential buildings were destroyed. People that weren't on time in the bomb shelter were under a lot of danger. About 50 people were injured from this blast, and by fortune no one was killed, but about 38 people were evacuated to a hospital out of 50 that were injured. Some of them get help on the field, and one boy in the age of 12 is severely injured from this blast, and another man in his 20s in a middle condition. And just by fortune, as I said, no one was killed, but from this kind of blast many people could have been died, and it could be a big tragedy.
Viewers, we're getting in another breaking development that comes from India amid the West Asia tensions are rising. Now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held a high-level meeting with security experts and, in fact, military chiefs over the evolving situation in the West Asia war. Now, this meeting happened just yesterday. Now, the war has entered its 25th day, and top defense officials met for a crucial discussion in the wake of recent global security events and to also review India's defense preparedness amid the meet. Now, remember, in your screens, you can see top military attendants in the meeting with the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. There's Chief of Defense Staff General Anil Chauhan, along with the chiefs of the Army, Navy and the Air Force. General Upendra Dwivedi there in the olive green uniform, Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. You can also see Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh in attendance. Now, DRDO's chairperson, Dr. Sameer Kamath, was also present, and senior Ministry of Defense officials also attended the meeting that was headed by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. Now, remember, the war has come decisively close to the central Indian Ocean region, and with that, India is now looking at its defense preparedness amid the war. Also joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Ishan to get us more details. Ishan, speak to us about the agenda, the focus of the meeting that happened between the military chiefs, the CDS, and was headed by the defense minister himself. Ishan.
Rajnath Singh held this meeting at the Ministry of Defence with the three chiefs and the CDS and also Dr. Sudhir Kamath, Chairman DRDO.
Yeah.
This meeting was to analyze preparedness of India's defence forces amid the growing tension in the West Asia and Central Asia war. Now, this entire conflict has expanded, and the Strait of Hormuz, being a key route where India gets its oil, was very important for the Indian forces to get all this. Now, this was very important. This was also very important from the point of view of the preparedness, because we saw just last week Iran had fired a missile which was about to reach Diego Garcia. Although it got intercepted in the middle, it was very important to note that this war has been continuously growing in between, and it has been expanding its reaches. Now, there has been a ceasefire that has been announced by President Donald Trump, and President Donald Trump is primarily focusing this war, but we can see that the entire Indian defense had reviewed and has provided all the information, and key responsibility lies with the defense minister. This will be reported to the Prime Minister, and the same will be provided to the public in the shortly after. Back to you.
Right, Ishan. Thanks very much for joining us on the story and for getting us the details of the high-level defense meet. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. The conversation, the news and updates continue on the other side as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to address the Rajya Sabha at 2 p.m. later today. Now, all eyes on the meeting that will discuss India's LPG crude shortage and the West Asia conflict as the conflict enters its 25th day. This and a lot more on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing. Destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अनुसरण होगा हो गया
Viewers, top headlines. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between the Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga groups in the Kamjong district. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involving high-level political shielding. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs high-level meet on the evolving situation in West Asia. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. PM Modi to address Rajya Sabha today on West Asia conflict, likely to speak on aspects of India's energy security. Breaking news coming in. The Supreme Court has ruled that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of the scheduled caste. The bench of Justices P.K. Mishra and N.V. Anjaria have ruled that the conversion to any religion just results in the loss of the SC status. A Supreme Court upheld the early decision of the Andhra Pradesh High Court, which held that individuals who convert to Christianity and actively profess it cannot retain their SC status. So, big updates coming in here, Republic TV. Conversion ends SC status. Only Hindu, Sikh and Buddhists are eligible. This is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. SC upholds Andhra Pradesh High Court ruling. Huge updates coming in here, viewers. Let's go straight across to my colleague Sarthak who's joining us. Sarthak, this is a big update coming in. Conversion to religion other than Hinduism, Buddhism or Sikhism results in loss of the scheduled caste status. Supreme Court has just said this. Yes, go ahead, Sarthak. What has the Supreme Court said? What are the observations that were made there?
Yes, absolutely. But just to begin with, let me give a little background on the case. The complaint was filed by a man who claimed he belonged to the SC/ST community under Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989, where he alleged that the accused in this particular case made some remarks on him. And he said that were against the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. The accused challenged this complaint in the High Court, in the Andhra Pradesh High Court, saying that the appellant in this particular matter has been a Christian for 10 years. He was a pastor before this, and that takes him out of the category of an SC/ST community, because Christianity is not part of the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. The accused, the Andhra Pradesh High Court made an order in the favor of the accused in this particular case. Then the appellant went to the Supreme Court, filed an appeal in the Supreme Court, and today the latest that we know of is that the Supreme Court has upheld the order that was passed by the Andhra Pradesh Court, stating that a person who has been converted to Christianity and has been a pastor for 10 years cannot claim to be an SC. The arguments that were made by the appellant in this particular case was that he was born in the SC category. He was born in the Madiga community, which is part of the SC community. Therefore, he has the right to make such complaints, and he still belongs to the SC community. However, the information that we have received, that the court has directed and upheld the order passed by the Andhra Pradesh High Court, stating the final order in the favor of the accused, and stating that the appellant is in no position to file a complaint in the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989, because he is not part of the SC community anymore after he has converted to Christianity. Only people considering the constitutional order of 1950, the Supreme Court has upheld that only people belonging to the belonging to Sikhism, Hinduism or Buddhism happen to be part of the SC community.
Yes,
and
Sarthak, I wanted to hold on. Sarthak is live from the Supreme Court, but I'm also being joined by Advocate Kapil Sankla, founder, Sankla and Associates. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Just getting in a word from you, if you could just explain the Supreme Court's legal position on this matter in simple terms for our viewers.
Right. So this is actually something that's already been dealt with in a number of judgments. And it is a part of, as Sarthak was saying, a part of the constitution order, which was passed way back in 1950. You see, 1950, what was said is that Hindu born to a lower caste will be given certain benefits or protections that have been granted, right? And now subsequently, the government added Sikhs as well as Buddhists to the release, saying that because they are still being ostracized and punished because of their birth, that protection will also come to them. Now, this pastor who actually converted to some other religion wanted to derive benefit from the same, and the Honorable Supreme Court said no because of two reasons. One, if you change your religion, that religion does not have a concept of caste, upper caste or lower caste. Secondly, the Honorable Supreme Court said that where you come into Hinduism from another caste and you another religion, and you try to take benefit of that conversion to say that I am now a Hindu and of a lower caste, so therefore protect me, you will not get that protection. So to say what is good for the goose is good for the gander. The Honorable Supreme Court stated that merely because you were born to a lower caste, but you change your religion, you cannot still derive benefit because you're no longer a part of that lower caste. And vice versa, if you were not from that religion, not a Hindu, and you came into the fold of Hindu, but then strove to derive benefit from that conversion, you will not get that benefit. So therefore, one is, of course, the constitution order. The second are various, internal orders, office orders, etc., of the various states and the central government. And third are the other judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court that had made this very clear. However, this pastor decided to apply and perhaps take another chance with the Honorable Supreme Court stuck down.
Mr. Sankla, what is the core logic here? Because we know that the scheduled caste category has been historically linked to caste-based discrimination within the Hindu social structure, which has been extended now to Sikhs and Buddhists. So essentially, if we talk about this, it also means in a way that does this mean that the SC status is contingent on religious identity? Is this what the Supreme Court was trying to say here?
Well, partly right, because the answer would be it is contingent to your birth identity. You see, you're unfortunately born to a lower caste. It doesn't matter if you become the Chief Justice or the Prime Minister or whosoever, your surname still defines you. And that is the unfortunate part of being a part of the Hindu community. And to right this wrong, certain protections or reservations were granted. The reservation, so to say, should last till the time we give, we observe, we ask, we seek a person's identity from his surname. So it is not about your economic, financial, or your position in the society. It is something to say the sin of being born to a lower caste. Now, this is peculiar to Hindu community, unfortunately. And so, therefore, the constitution order of 1950 basically gave reservations only to Hindus because this concept of caste is unique to Hinduism. And this was extended to, say, Buddhists and to Sikhs and to certain parts of Buddhism and to Sikhs. So to say that people who get converted, etc., still look down upon and their surname still identifies them, and therefore that protection should be given. But this cannot be enlarged to two aspects. One, somebody who goes out of the fold and says, okay, I am now a Christian or I am now a Muslim. Because Christianity has no concept of caste, right? Something that you're born with. Neither does Islam, so to say, have a concept of who you're born to. And also vice versa. For example, somebody who's a Muslim or somebody who's a Christian decides to, either get married to a lower caste Hindu will not get that benefit, or somebody who converts to Hinduism and say, okay, now I am now identifying myself as a lower caste, so therefore grant me that protection, will also not be given to him. And that has been crystallized in various judgments. There's a judgment in 1990. There's another one, I think, in 2004 or 2005, which also crystallized this. The pastor here basically wanted to play Tron to say, I have reconverted to Hinduism and therefore grant me that protection. And this was what has been identified as a bogus argument by the Honorable Supreme Court, saying that it doesn't matter if you've even converted, although the investigation did show that he was not making a right statement, that he was still practicing Christian.
Mr. Sankla, before I let you go, I also want to go back to that statement you had made earlier. You said that it's a restating, the Supreme Court is restating our existing framework, not creating a brand new legal position. Would you like to expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. So what I meant to say was that there are various judgments that culminate out of the order which is called the Scheduled Caste Order 1950, which basically said only Hindus will be granted protection of reservation who are born to certain caste. This was expanded subsequently in two different eras, so to say, where Sikhs were brought in and Buddhists were brought in. So as the law stands today, any person born to a certain caste will be granted protection if he's born to a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. And that is from birth. So when we say from birth, the only way to get out of that embargo and the protection is to convert yourself. Now, once you convert yourself to a religion, for example, let's say Christianity or Islam, that does not recognize what is called a lower caste by birth, identified by your surname, that protection is taken away. And the contrary is also true. So somebody who gets married to a scheduled caste will not get the protection. Somebody who converts will not get the protection. So all of this in various judgments has already been laid down. And so therefore it is breaking definitely, because the law has been reiterated, encapsulated and clarified for once, rather than having different genres, different judgments that kind of identify this issue, pass an order on that issue, but do not explain the issue. So there is a dictum where there's a decision, and there is an understanding why the decision has come out is what is breaking and what is important in this judgment. But this is on the foundation of various judgments, various findings, various orders, and also the Scheduled Caste Order, the Constitution Order of 1950. This is what I wanted to say.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us here, Kapil Sankla, advocate. Thank you for joining us here. I also want to go back to my colleague, Sarthak, who has been covering the story, and he's live from outside the Supreme Court. So let's go back to Sarthak. Sarthak, I'm coming across to you. Yes, you can go ahead and explain in detail the observations which were made on this matter.
Well, I'll second with Mr. Sankla. He rightly pointed out that the Supreme Court has identified that caste can only be determined on the basis of birth, which has been mentioned in the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. So anybody who is born in a particular caste can only make claims and make complaints or accusations against someone if he is born in that particular caste. Even if he converts to another religion, he goes back to, he reconverts himself to, say, Hinduism, and he re-identifies himself belonging to a particular community, he will not be having any benefits of Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. This has been re-explained and reiterated by Supreme Court. The Supreme Court upheld the order that was passed by Andhra Pradesh High Court, stating that this man was a practicing Christian. The fact of the matter is that he converted to Christianity 10 years ago, and he he did his Sunday prayers, and he was a pastor for 10 years, for a very long time. That's a very long time. Now he cannot make such claims that he has reconverted himself. As a matter of fact, after the investigation, there were no such details that were put on record before the court stating that he reconverted. And even if he did reconvert himself to Hinduism and says that he still belongs to the SC community just because he was born in the SC community, in the Madiga community, he cannot have the same benefits that he originally had being born in the SC community, even if he reconverts. That is something that has been observed by the Supreme Court, and the final order has been passed in favor of the accused, where this...
Absolutely, Sarthak. Okay, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more on the story. Huge legal position which has been taken by the Supreme Court on this issue. Viewers, Manipur also continues to remain on the edge. A fresh cross-firing was reported between the Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. The escalation between the two communities follows a series of attacks and retaliation since the past few weeks. Take a look at this report as we tell you the details.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukhrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukhrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukhrul district of Manipur. Ukhrul and Kamjong districts are 2 adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Getting some breaking news coming in. Controversial statement by the AI-MIM state president Shaukat Ali in Meriton. And in fact, let's go ahead and tell you what he said. Okay, so he says in UP, do not give us 111 MLAs, give us just 11. I'm telling you this right now. If any Muslim is subjected to an encounter in UP, then the one conducting the encounter will also face an encounter. This is a quote which I just read out from this leader, AI-MIM leader. He was speaking at an Eid gathering when he said this. A little bit of a concern there. So let's go straight across to my colleague Raghavendra. Raghavendra, एक बार हमको बोलिए जो AI-MIM leader है उन्होंने ये controversial statement बोला है. It's very concerning. If you could just help our viewers understand what this statement was all about.
बिल्कुल, ये AIMIM के ये उत्तर प्रदेश के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं शौकत अली, जिन्होंने यह विवादित बयान दिया है। बिल्कुल यह एक भड़काऊ बयान है, एक विवादित बयान है। हो सकता है कि कुछ घंटों में इनके ऊपर मुकदमा भी दर्ज हो या कोई न कोई हो सकता है इनके खिलाफ एप्लीकेशन भी दे और एक्शन भी हो। लेकिन अब चूंकि उत्तर प्रदेश का चुनाव 2027 विधानसभा का सामने है, अगले जनवरी तक हो सकता है नोटिफिकेशन हो जाए और चुनाव इसको फरवरी मार्च में चुनाव होना है, तो बहुत ही कम समय है, 7 से 8 महीने बचे हैं। मार्च का महीना चल रहा है, तो ऐसे में आपको ये बयान, इस तरह के बयान लगातार सुनने को मिलेंगे और एक से बढ़कर एक बयान मिलेंगे। और इसलिए भी मिलेंगे कि कहीं न कहीं ये लोग जब बयान देते हैं तो इन पर ना तो नकेल चुनाव आयोग कसता है और ना ही तो प्रशासन कसता है कि आपने अगर इस तरह का बयान दिया है तो आपको हवालात में भेजा जाएगा ताकि दोबारा समाज में भड़काने वाला बयान इस तरह का कोई ना दे। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो सह मिलता है उसका कारण है कि इनके पार्टी के अलग अलग नेताओं का अलग अलग बयान। आपको याद होगा कि असुद्दीन ओवैसी के छोटे भाई ने क्या बोला था कि कुछ मिनट हमें दे दो फिर हम बताएंगे। वो क्या मामूली बयान था? वो बयान आज भी याद किया जाता है कि किस तरह से भड़काऊ बयान, समाज को तोड़ने वाला बयान था। तो इस तरह का बयान ये दे रहे हैं, बिल्कुल ही ये आपत्तिजनक बयान है और यह चुनाव को देखते हुए बयान दिया गया है। ध्रुवीकरण करने के लिए बयान दिया गया है, मुसलमानों के वोट को खींचने के लिए बयान दिया गया है, अपनी सीटों को जीतने के लिए बयान दिया गया है और उत्तर प्रदेश का माहौल आने वाले समय में खराब करने के लिए ये बयान दिया गया है। तो हालांकि इस बयान का असर भी है, यह बयान तेजी से निकल भी रहा है। देखो आगे क्या कार्रवाई होती है।
रिएक्शन है इसके ऊपर? बीजेपी कमेंटेड ऑन दिस?
बिल्कुल, देखिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तमाम प्रवक्ताओं ने, नेताओं ने इसकी आलोचना की है और यहाँ तक कि खुद समाजवादी पार्टी की जो सांसद हैं इकरा हसन, उनका भी बयान है। उन्होंने कहा कि क्योंकि यह देश जो है संविधान से चलता है, तो ऐसे में इस बयान का, इस जो स्टेटमेंट उनका आया है ओवैसी के पार्टी के नेता का, शौकत अली का, यह मान्य नहीं होगा, इसका कोई इसको स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता है। तो इस तरह का बयान चाहे पक्ष हो विपक्ष हो सभी का आ रहा है, लेकिन चूंकि उनको ध्रुवीकरण करना है, उत्तर प्रदेश में अपना वजूद बनाना है, वो देख रहे हैं कि अलग अलग राज्यों में उनके पार्टी के इक्के दुक्के विधायक जीत कर आ रहे हैं, तो यूपी क्यों अछूता रहे, भारी वोट बैंक है यहाँ पर। तो उसको ध्रुवीकरण करने के लिए अभी से जहर बोना शुरू कर दिए हैं। अब देखिए ये कब तक इस तरह के नफरती बयान और समाज को तोड़ने वाला बयान, आपत्तिजनक बयान, यह चलता रहेगा और यहाँ जो शासन प्रशासन एक्शन लेगा या मौन धारण करेगा।
All right, well, thank you for getting those details. We'll be coming back to you for more on the story. Close date of OAC makes a very controversial and concerning remark. And viewers, getting you more updates coming in. A Colombian military plane crashed after a takeoff. 66 people have died. Searches are underway to look for those who are missing. According to updates, some explosives detonated on board. Take a look at this report as we keep getting you the latest coming in from across the globe.
A military cargo plane crashed shortly after taking off Monday in southwestern Colombia. The crash left at least 66 people killed, whereas searches are underway for 4 more. Dozens of survivors were rescued and sent to nearby hospitals. Massive amounts of smoke were seen from the site of the plane crash as locals and officials rushed to the site to clear the wreckage and rescue survivors. Images showed emergency workers and other people surrounding the plane and trying to rescue the passengers as smoke rose into the air. The Colombian Air Force's Hercules C-130 plane was carrying 128 people, including 11 Air Force members, 115 Army personnel, and 2 national police officers. Commander of the Colombian Air Force, General Carlos Fernando Silva Rueda, stated that the Navy's timely intervention helped rescue many of the injured.
Tuvimos la oportuna intervención de nuestra Armada Nacional, que tiene una base en Puerto Leguízamo, para llegar de inmediato al sitio y empezar la labor de rescate.
Meanwhile, the streets around Bogota's Central Military Hospital were cleared as the military personnel injured from the crash were brought in by scores of ambulances. As per Defense Minister Pedro Sanchez, the accident occurred as the plane was taking off from an airport at a town in southern Colombia.
De igual manera hemos enviado un equipo investigador para empezar a determinar cuáles son las causas de este siniestro. En este momento no conocemos detalles, salvo que tan pronto despegó la aeronave, sufrió algún problema y se precipitó a tierra más o menos a un par de kilómetros desde el aeropuerto.
According to a firefighter from the scene, the plane was believed to have suffered an impact near the end of the runway, with a wing of the plane later clipping a tree as it was plummeting. The crash caused the plane to catch fire and detonate some sort of explosive devices on board, as per the firefighter, who was one of the first responders on the scene. Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president, described the crash as a horrific accident that should never have happened.
Getting some breaking news coming in. Government will be convening an all-party meeting tomorrow. This is a huge update because, viewers, the West Asia crisis would be the agenda of this meeting. I repeat, the West Asia crisis, the ongoing crisis, the war, the conflict would be the key agenda of this meeting. The Government of India has scheduled an all-party meeting. This will happen tomorrow, March 25th, to discuss the ongoing crisis in West Asia. Now, earlier today, as well, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh chaired a review meeting addressing recent global and regional security developments and India's defense preparedness. This happened today. The review meeting chaired by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh happened today, and tomorrow the government is called for an all-party meeting. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. So government has called for an all-party meeting tomorrow. And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Indian markets are easing. Rupee has fallen 18 paise to 93.71. We will be getting all those updates. Markets are easing. Rupee has fallen. Do not go anywhere. We will be live and breaking here.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुमचा कुणाल गेला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला बोलते का गाडी मागवा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे युद्ध और उससे बनी परिस्थितियों से हम सभी परिचित हैं। मैं आज संसद के उच्च सदन के सामने और देशवासियों के सामने इन विकट परिस्थितियों पर सरकार का पक्ष साझा करने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं। पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे इस युद्ध को 3 सप्ताह से अधिक का समय हो चुका है। इस युद्ध ने पूरे विश्व में गंभीर ऊर्जा संकट पैदा कर दिया है। भारत के लिए भी ये स्थिति चिंताजनक है। इस युद्ध से हमारे व्यापार के रास्ते प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। इससे पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर जैसे जरूरी सामान की रूटीन सप्लाई प्रभावित हो रही है। गल्फ देशों में करीब 1 करोड़ भारतीय रहते हैं, वहां काम करते हैं। उनके जीवन और आजीविका की सुरक्षा भी भारत के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता है। हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट में दुनिया के अनेक जहाज फंसे हैं। उनमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय क्रू मेंबर्स हैं। ये भी भारत के लिए एक बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। ऐसी विकट परिस्थिति में आवश्यक है कि भारत की संसद के इस उच्च सदन से शांति और संवाद की एकजुट आवाज पूरे विश्व में जाए। सभापति जी, युद्ध की शुरुआत के बाद से मैंने पश्चिम एशिया के ज्यादातर देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों के साथ 2 राउंड फोन पर बात की है। हम गल्फ के सभी देशों के साथ लगातार संपर्क में हैं। हम ईरान, इजराइल और अमेरिका के साथ भी संपर्क में हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से क्षेत्र में शांति की बहाली का है। हमने डी एस्केलेशन और हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट खोले जाने पर भी उनसे बात की है। कमर्शियल जहाजों पर हमला और हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग में रुकावट अस्वीकार्य है। भारत ने नागरिकों पर, सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, एनर्जी और ट्रांसपोर्ट से जुड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमलों का विरोध किया है। भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है। भारत ने इस समस्या के समाधान के लिए संवाद का ही रास्ता सुझाया है। इस युद्ध में किसी के भी जीवन पर संकट मानवता के हित में नहीं है। इसलिए भारत का सतत प्रयास सभी पक्षों को जल्द से जल्द शांतिपूर्ण समाधान के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने का है। सभापति जी, संकट की स्थिति में देश विदेश में भारतीयों की सुरक्षा हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। युद्ध शुरू होने के बाद से लेकर अब तक 3,75,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित भारत लौट चुके हैं। ईरान से ही अभी तक 1,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित वापस लौटे हैं। इनमें 700 से अधिक मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने वाले युवा हैं। हमारी सरकार संकट के इस समय में पूरी संवेदनशीलता से काम कर रही है। सभी देशों ने वहां मौजूद भारतीयों की सुरक्षा का पूरा आश्वासन दिया है। हालांकि ये बहुत दुखद है कि हमलों के कारण कुछ भारतीयों की मृत्यु हुई है और कुछ घायल भी हुए हैं। ऐसे मुश्किल हालात में परिवारजनों को आवश्यक मदद दी जा रही है। जो घायल है उनका बेहतर इलाज सुनिश्चित कराया जा रहा है। सभापति जी, हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट विश्व व्यापार के सबसे बड़े रूट्स में से एक है। विशेष तौर पर कच्चे तेल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर से जुड़ा परिवहन इस क्षेत्र से बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में होता है। युद्ध के बाद से ही हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट में जहाजों का आना जाना बहुत चुनौतीपूर्ण हो गया है। लेकिन विपरीत परिस्थितियों के बावजूद हमारी सरकार ने संवाद से, कूटनीति के माध्यम से रास्ते बनाने का प्रयास किया है। प्रयास ये है कि जहां से भी संभव हो वहां से तेल और गैस की सप्लाई भारत पहुंचे। ऐसी हर कोशिश के नतीजे भी देश देख रहा है। बीते कुछ दिनों में दुनिया के अनेक देशों से कच्चा तेल और एलपीजी से भरे जहाज भारत आए हैं। इस दिशा में हमारे प्रयास आने वाले दिनों में भी जारी रहेंगे। सभापति जी, भारत का प्रयास है कि तेल हो, गैस हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, ऐसे हर जरूरी सामान से जुड़े जहाज भारत तक सुरक्षित पहुंचे। लेकिन इस युद्ध से बनी वैश्विक परिस्थितियां अगर लंबे समय तक बनी रहती है तो गंभीर दुष्परिणाम तय है। इसलिए भारत ने अपनी रेजिलियंस बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी प्रयास बीते वर्षों में किए हैं उनको और गति दे रहा है। सभापति जी, कोई भी संकट हो वो हमारे हौसलों और हमारे प्रयास दोनों की परीक्षा लेता है। देश ऐसे संकटों का बेहतर तरीके से सामना कर सके, इसके लिए बीते 11 वर्षों में निरंतर निर्णय लिए गए हैं। एनर्जी इंपोर्ट का डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ऐसे ही प्रयासों का हिस्सा है। पहले क्रूड ऑयल, एलएनजी, एलपीजी ऐसी एनर्जी जरूरतों के लिए 27 देशों से इंपोर्ट किया जाता था। वहीं आज भारत 41 देशों से एनर्जी इंपोर्ट करता है। बीते दशक में भारत ने संकट के ऐसे ही समय के लिए कच्चे तेल के भंडारण को भी प्राथमिकता दी है। हमारी तेल कंपनियां संकट के समय के लिए काफी मात्रा में पेट्रोल और डीजल का भंडार रखती हैं। बीते 11 वर्षों में 53 लाख मीट्रिक टन से अधिक का स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व भी डेवलप किया गया है और 65 लाख मीट्रिक टन से अधिक के रिजर्व की व्यवस्था पर देश काम कर रहा है। साथ ही बीते दशक में भारत की रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी भी अच्छी खासी बढ़ाई गई है। मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को और देश को ये आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं कि भारत के पास क्रूड ऑयल के पर्याप्त स्टोरेज के और निरंतर सप्लाई की व्यवस्थाएं हैं। सभापति जी, हमारी सरकार की कोशिश है कि ईंधन के किसी एक ही स्रोत पर ज्यादा निर्भरता न रहे। सरकार घरेलू गैस सप्लाई में एलपीजी के अलावा पीएनजी पर भी बल दे रही है। बीते दशक में देश में पीएनजी कनेक्शन पर अभूतपूर्व काम हुआ है। बीते दिनों में इस काम को और तेज किया गया है। साथ ही एलपीजी के घरेलू उत्पादन को भी बड़े पैमाने पर बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। सभापति जी, बीते वर्षों में सरकार का निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि हर सेक्टर में दूसरे देशों पर निर्भरता कम से कम हो। हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा आत्मनिर्भर हो, यही एकमात्र विकल्प है। जैसे भारत का 90% से अधिक ट्रेड विदेशी जहाजों पर होता है, ये स्थिति किसी भी वैश्विक संकट में भारत की स्थिति को और भी गंभीर बना देती है। इसलिए सरकार ने मेड इन इंडिया जहाज बनाने के लिए करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपए का अभियान शुरू किया। भारत आज शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप ब्रेकिंग, मेंटेनेंस एंड ओवरहॉलिंग ऐसी हर सुविधा के निर्माण पर तेज गति से काम कर रहा है। भारत अपने डिफेंस सेक्टर को भी अधिक रेजिलिएंट बना रहा है। बीते दशक में किए गए प्रयासों से भारत आज अपनी जरूरत के अधिकांश हथियार भारत में ही बना रहा है। एक समय था जब भारत अपने जीवन रक्षक दवाओं के कच्चे माल यानी एपीआई के लिए भी दूसरे देशों पर बहुत अधिक निर्भर था। बीते वर्षों में देश ने भारत में ही एपीआई इकोसिस्टम बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रयास किए हैं। इसी प्रकार रेयर अर्थ मिनरल्स में विदेशी निर्भरता को कम करने के लिए भी बड़े कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, वर्तमान संकट ने पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमी को हिला दिया है। अभी तक पश्चिम एशिया में जो नुकसान हुआ है उससे रिकवर होने में भी दुनिया को बहुत समय लगेगा। भारत पर इसका कम से कम दुष्प्रभाव हो, इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। हमारी इकोनॉमी के फंडामेंटल्स मजबूत हैं और सरकार पल पल बदलते हालात पर नजर रखे हुए है। सरकार इसके शॉर्ट टर्म, मीडियम टर्म और लॉन्ग टर्म ऐसे हर प्रभाव के लिए एक रणनीति के साथ काम कर रही है। भारत सरकार ने एक इंटर मिनिस्ट्रियल ग्रुप भी बनाया है। ये ग्रुप नियमित मिलता है और हमारे इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट में आने वाली हर दिक्कत का आकलन करता है और ये ग्रुप आवश्यक समाधान पर भी निरंतर काम करता रहा है। जैसे कोरोना के समय में अलग अलग सेक्टर्स की चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए एक्सपर्ट्स और ऑफिसर्स के एम्पावर्ड ग्रुप्स बने थे, वैसे ही कल ही ऐसे 7 नए एम्पावर्ड ग्रुप्स का भी गठन किया गया है। ये ग्रुप सप्लाई चेन, पेट्रोल डीजल, फर्टिलाइजर, गैस, महंगाई ऐसे विषयों पर त्वरित और दूरगामी रणनीति के तहत कार्रवाई करने का काम करेंगे। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि साझा प्रयासों से हम परिस्थितियों का बेहतर सामना कर पाएंगे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, सरकार ये भी प्रयास कर रही है कि आने वाले बुआई के सीजन में किसानों को पर्याप्त खाद मिलती रहे। सरकार ने खाद की पर्याप्त सप्लाई के लिए आवश्यक तैयारियां की हैं। सरकार का निरंतर प्रयास है कि किसानों पर किसी भी संकट का बोझ न पड़े। मैं देश के किसानों को फिर आश्वस्त करूंगा कि सरकार हर चुनौती के समाधान के लिए उनके साथ खड़ी है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये राज्यों का सदन है। आने वाले समय में ये संकट हमारे देश की बड़ी परीक्षा लेने वाला है और इस परीक्षा में सफलता के लिए राज्यों का सहयोग बहुत आवश्यक है। इसलिए इस सदन के माध्यम से मैं देश के सभी राज्यों की सरकारों से भी कुछ आग्रह करना चाहता हूं। संकट के समय गरीबों पर, श्रमिकों पर, प्रवासी साथियों पर बहुत बुरा असर पड़ता है। इसलिए पीएम गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना का लाभ समय पर मिलता रहे, ये सुनिश्चित करना होगा। जहां प्रवासी श्रमिक साथी काम करते हैं, उनकी परेशानियों को दूर करने के लिए प्रोएक्टिव कदम उठाए जाएं। ऐसी स्थितियों पर नजर रखने के लिए राज्य सरकारें विशेष व्यवस्थाएं करें तो इससे काफी सुविधा होगी। राज्य सरकारों को एक और चुनौती पर भी बहुत अधिक ध्यान देना होगा। ऐसे समय में कालाबाजारी करने वाले, जमाखोरी करने वाले बहुत एक्टिव हो जाते हैं। जहां से भी ऐसी शिकायतें आती हैं, वहां त्वरित कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जरूरी चीजों की सप्लाई निर्बाध चलती रहे, ये सुनिश्चित करना हर राज्य की प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं सभी राज्य सरकारों से एक अनुरोध और करना चाहता हूं। संकट चाहे कितना भी बड़ा हो, भारत की तेज ग्रोथ बनाए रखना हम सभी का दायित्व है। हमें इसके लिए हर जरूरी कदम, हर जरूरी रिफॉर्म्स तेजी से करते रहने होंगे। ये राज्य सरकारों के पास बहुत बड़ा अवसर भी है। ये टीम इंडिया की भी बहुत बड़ी परीक्षा है। कोरोना के महासंकट में केंद्र और राज्यों ने टीम इंडिया बनकर कोविड मैनेजमेंट का एक बेहतरीन मॉडल सामने रखा था। अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की सरकारें होने के बावजूद टेस्टिंग, वैक्सीनेशन से लेकर जरूरी चीजों की आपूर्ति टीम इंडिया के प्रयासों से ही सुनिश्चित हो पाई थी। हमें उसी भावना के साथ आगे भी काम करना है। सभी राज्य सरकारों और केंद्र सरकार के प्रयासों से देश इस गंभीर वैश्विक संकट का प्रभावी रूप से सामना कर पाएगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। यही हमारी पहचान है, यही हमारी ताकत है। इसी भावना के साथ मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The Prime Minister's address in Rajya Sabha, and this concluded the speech on the crisis, the energy crisis, and the Prime Minister was speaking on the measures that are being taken and assuring the farmers of welfare, keeping in mind their interest amid the West Asia war, saying that it's a time, of course, that we should come together, and assuring that the situation will be resolved. He's also pointing out that black markets are being activated right now, and that India's efforts will also be towards somewhere that this is an examination for Team India. Is calling for the country to unite as a team in these testing times, and that's the Prime Minister speaking about the escalation, saying that he has been in touch with West Asian leaders since the war began, and has also discussed about the de-escalation and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, condemning the attack on civilians and energy infrastructure. Also talking about the Indian seafarers who are currently stuck on ships in Hormuz. Let's take a listen in once again.
पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे युद्ध और उससे बनी परिस्थितियों से हम सभी परिचित हैं। मैं आज संसद के उच्च सदन के सामने और देशवासियों के सामने इन विकट परिस्थितियों पर सरकार का पक्ष साझा करने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं। पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे इस युद्ध को 3 सप्ताह से अधिक का समय हो चुका है। इस युद्ध ने पूरे विश्व में गंभीर ऊर्जा संकट पैदा कर दिया है। भारत के लिए भी ये स्थिति चिंताजनक है। इस युद्ध से हमारे व्यापार के रास्ते प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। इससे पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर जैसे जरूरी सामान की रूटीन सप्लाई प्रभावित हो रही है। गल्फ देशों में करीब 1 करोड़ भारतीय रहते हैं, वहां काम करते हैं। उनके जीवन और आजीविका की सुरक्षा भी भारत के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता है। हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट में दुनिया के अनेक जहाज फंसे हैं। उनमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय क्रू मेंबर्स हैं। ये भी भारत के लिए एक बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। ऐसी विकट परिस्थिति में आवश्यक है कि भारत की संसद के इस उच्च सदन से शांति और संवाद की एकजुट आवाज पूरे विश्व में जाए।
That was the Prime Minister speaking in the Rajya Sabha over the energy crisis that's been folding and assuring that the situation will be resolved. He's also talking about the farmers, talking about the seafarers, the Indian seafarers that are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, and a warning of black marketeering as well. And he's saying that India will continue to be resilient in such times. Harsha joins us for more. Harsha, well, the Prime Minister has spoken about a host of issues ever since the war has broken out. And more importantly, he has assured that India needs to work as a team. He's referred to the country as Team India.
Yes, Rakshita, and PM spoke everything about how unity matters most in this time of crisis. The entire world is facing the global crisis. It's not only about the India, but other countries also have been facing the energy crisis, the petrol, LPG, crude and fertilizer, farmers issue. Each and every country is also facing it. But the positive side which India has is that we already have a reserve of 53 metric tons, and not only this, to ignore the domestic requirement of LPG is intact in our country. The domestic, there's no issue in the domestic, only this coordination between the state and the center is what is needed right now. The Prime Minister has been focusing on that. Prime Minister earlier also stated that the way the hoarding is coming up and the queues and the people are rushing towards the distributors, it's not required at this time. And the state has to ensure that. Also, Prime Minister spoke about how much we are right now importing from Iran, but not only Iran. Now, we have mobilized and we have diverted also our import from different sector about the LPG, crude and the crisis in this crisis situation. And India is also adopting several measures, Rakshita, to ensure that in this time of global crisis, what could be the long-term solution, because no one knows till how long the conflict will go on, and it has impacted not only on the petroleum and energy resources, but also it has heavily impacted the aviation sector, the farmer sector, the fertilizer sector. Most of the sectors are being impacted about this war. And what opposition was saying, that what is India's stand? And Prime Minister yesterday and today also has cleared that India's stand is diplomacy and dialogue. No war can be sought with war and with weapons. Every war has to be sought with the talk, with the diplomacy and with the dialogue level between both the countries. And that what India has been putting emphasis on. And also he spoke that what till now the interministerial committee has been formed, and not only one ministry, but also in this committee, the shipping, MEA, ports, petroleum, natural gas, all the industries are intact together with each other. The safety of Indians is a topmost priority, safeguarding the interest of the Indians. And till now, 1,000 students have been rescued and evacuated from the Gulf countries. And also the students who are stuck there, the 24/7, there's a monitoring center, there's a control center. The Indian government is in touch with the people who are, if right now, are stuck in the Gulf countries. Therefore, it's being stated that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi is continuously putting emphasis on the situation of global crisis and the measures which country has adopted. Back to you.
Coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, we should slip into a very, very short break. But on the other side, viewers, we continue to get you what's happening in Manipur. There's fresh violence that has broken out. Cross-firing reported between Kuki groups and the Tangkul Naga groups in the Kamjong district. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
Welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and just moments from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Rajya Sabha floor. He in fact highlighted India's strategies going forward over its energy security as the West Asia tensions escalate. We'll get you all the details from his addressal, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi addresses Rajya Sabha on the escalating West Asia war, says the government is committed to prioritizing the safety of Indians. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involving high-level political shielding. DMK finalizes seat-sharing deal with its allies for the upcoming Tamil Nadu polls. Congress gets 28 seats, whereas VCK given just 8. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between the Kuki and Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs a high-level meeting on the evolving situation in West Asia and India's readiness. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. We're getting in a fresh breaking development at this hour. At least 2 Indian LPG carriers have now passed through the Strait of Hormuz, the contentious strait that continues to be in the middle of the escalating West Asia tensions. Now, these two are called Jag, Vasant and Pine Gas, carrying about 92,600 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. They have successfully transited through the contentious Strait of Hormuz. These vessels have 33 and 27 Indian farers on board each. Now remember, Jag, Vasant and Pine Gas, 2 Indian LPG carriers have now crossed the Strait of Hormuz safely. One is carrying about 33 Indian seafarers and the other one 27 Indians. Together, these 2 vessels are carrying about 92,000 metric tons of LPG. Now, these vessels are destined for India and are likely to reach the ports between 26th and 28th of March. Now, according to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, these two Indian LPG carriers, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, have now transited through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the latest that we're getting in. The vessels are destined for India, likely to reach our ports, our waters, by the 26th and the 28th of March. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Hina from the newsroom to get us more updates. Hina, speak to us. This is yet another win. India's energy security is eyeing this for so long. Meanwhile, as you know, our vessels continue to remain on standby in the Strait of Hormuz. Two more have transited through the Strait of Hormuz.
Absolutely, Gay. So this is a great news for India as we here in India continue to battle the crisis that we are facing, looming in the face of the West Asia war. But this is going to be a very good move here as these two Indian vessels are going to arrive in India soon. Now remember, these two vessels, we're talking about Jag Vasant and Pine Gas. They carry more than 92,000 metric tons of LPG, which is going to ease the cooking gas crisis in India. Now remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Lok Sabha yesterday and today in Rajya Sabha assured the citizens of the country that we do not have any sort of shortage of LPG gas as of now, but this is going to be a ease for the cooking gas crisis here in India in the coming days. For the short term, we do not have any crisis, but if this war prolongs in the near future, then of course we will face an issue here. So it's a good news. Now remember, these two vessels that we're talking about carrying LPG, on one of the vessels we have 27 Indian seafarers and on the other one we have 33 Indian seafarers. So they'll be arriving here between 26th of March to 28th of March in fact. So a good news here, and carrying about 92,000 metric tons of LPG gas. So it's going to give a huge relief here in India amid the cooking gas crisis that we will face if this war in West Asia prolongs.
Right, Hina. Thanks very much for joining in with those details, and indeed a great news for India's energy security sector. Now, viewers, shifting focus, a great impact that has come through of Republic Kannada's exclusive reportage in Yelahanka in Bengaluru, where a go-down responsible for storing gas cylinders has now been sealed over reports of illegal hoarding. Now, even political links in this entire case have come out. Now, remember, Republic Kannada was the first channel to bring out the details of this hoarding racket that was ongoing in Yelahanka, a renowned area in Bengaluru in Karnataka. Now today the authorities have taken full action to seal the premises of the Yelahanka godown that stores gas cylinders, and this comes as the officials from the food department carried out seizures in the presence of Yelahanka New Town Police. Now this swift action highlights the immediate response that followed Republic Kannada's reports of hoarding of LPG cylinders amid the ongoing crisis that looms large, not just in India but globally. And as that is happening in Yelahanka in Bengaluru, Republic Kannada was the first channel to bring out an entire story related to hoarding of LPG cylinders. In fact, joining me live is my colleague Abhishek, who comes to us straight from Bengaluru to get us more updates. Abhishek, speak to us about this entire racket that was first unearthed by Republic Kannada and now action has followed through.
I mean, it's an ongoing crisis between Israel and Iran. We have severely faced the shortage of the commercial cylinders, not only in the city of Bengaluru, but throughout the country, after which the union government and the state government mentioned the fact that none of the distributors of the gas should illegally withhold of the cylinders which are meant to be for the domestic usage. On the other hand, they had also directed all the agencies that the commercial cylinders will have to be kept only on reserve for the medical emergencies and the hospitals. And if there is any otherwise storage without the interference of the food department, there will be a severe action against the agencies. Despite giving several other warnings, a person in Yelahanka, a gas agency in Yelahanka, have stored more than 200 to 300 cylinders which belong to the commercial and the domestic wings. When the localites complained to the food department, the officials from the food department, however, visited the spot and had a conversation with the agency, the persons from the agency. And also, when the public intervened with the food department officials, questioning why these cylinders have not been seized by the food department officials, the reason that the food officials gave is quite embarrassing to the government, because the official mentioned the fact that the food minister K.H. Muniappa on the telephone had mentioned not to take any action against that particular agency, as it is a known agency to him. This verbal battle or this conversation has already been recorded on the visual, and the officer has very clearly mentioned the name of K.H. Muniappa, who is the food minister. After the Republic Canada unearthed this scam or illegal holding of the commercial cylinder, the food safety officers along with the Yelahanka police have visited the spot, have sealed the spot and have taken into custody the premises as of now. When we also tried to confront K.H. Muniappa, the food minister, he clearly mentions the fact that he hasn't telephoned any officer to not initiate any action against the person who is holding the cylinders in an illegal place or a place which is not meant to be for the withholding of the cylinder. And we are awaiting the response from the Commissioner of the Food Safety Department as of now with respect to the same issue.
In fact, also speak to us about the state action that has, been following through since the shortage first began. Also the fact that people on one hand are, yearning for LPG cylinders. They are waiting in long queues, looking for a refill, and by the side, a racket of this intensity that has been nabbed. And Republic Canada, of course, was fronting this entire story. They were the first ones to completely bring the story out of the wraps to the attention of the Yelahanka Newtown police, in fact.
As soon as the people got to know that there is a severe shortage of the commercial cylinder, a couple of hotels around the city, Bengaluru, closed down. They started using wood fire, they started using charcoal, they started closing down the hotels due to non-supply of the commercial cylinders, which also, in fact, gave in a chance to people lining up in front of the agencies to secure a cylinder for their domestic use. On the other hand, some of the people who aren't allowed to carry on the business of the sale of the commercial cylinders and the domestic cylinders have started using the same technique. You have started using the urgency or the emergency situation to mint money in the black market. A commercial cylinder which is worth of 2,000 have been started selling at around 5 to 6,000, and also people have started selling their domestic cylinders to other persons in the black market. And after which the government also mentioned, if at all any person is trying to sell any cylinder in the black market, there will be a severe action initiated against them, not only by the government but also by the police department. After which Republic Canada raided many places where more than 200 cylinders in various other locations were unearthed by the Republic team, where this visual of the Republic Canada coverage was used by the Food and Civil Supplies Department to initiate a raid against these persons who were withholding the LPG cylinders. And also some of the cases have been registered based on the Republic Canada's report. And also we shouldn't forget the fact that the Food and Civil Supplies Department have kept a close watch along with the Bengaluru City Police on people who are trying to create a negative demand, people who are trying to sell off the commercial cylinders. And not only this, but also one such impact of the Republic Canada's investigative journalism is that the people who had informed Republic Canada that there is something happening illegally in Yelahanka, this led to the report in the Republic Canada, after which the Food and Civil Supplies officials along with the Yelahanka Police Department raided the place, secured the place, took into custody all the cylinders which have been placed in an unknown spot or undisputed place which was not meant to store the cylinders. We are also awaiting the response of the owner of the agency, because he mentions the fact that he has another version as to why those cylinders were kept there. K.H. Muniappa, the food minister, has said he hadn't influenced any officer not to initiate any action. However, the responsible person from the Food and Civil Supplies Department, the commissioner, is remaining numb as of now, not to react on any issues. We have to look into the further matter if there is going to be any reaction from the department in the next couple of hours. Gesu.
Right, Abhishek, thanks very much for getting us the details of the story. Now, viewers, in an exclusive sting operation, Republic Canada was present at this Yelahanka Newtown go-down where multiple rackets of hoarding have been busted by the police. Now, remember, while the raid was ongoing, people around who were waiting, yearning for gas cylinders, a second refill of their LPG in the mid of the crisis, were questioning the police over the hoarding racket and why wasn't this taken stock of before people lost on onto their cylinders. And one of the police personnel from the Karnataka police is heard taking K.H. Muniappa's name, the minister responsible for food and for civil supplies, who is also at the helm of the gas operations in Karnataka at the time of shortages. And he says that that minister took the power from the police away and was also probably responsible for the hoarding that was ongoing. Take a listen in to this.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನೋ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಎಂಟ್ಕಂತು ಏನೋ ಒಂದಾಯ್ತು, ಬಿಸಿಲು, ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಯಾರು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟವ್ರಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ರೀ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪೇ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಿರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆದಂಡ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೇಲ್ನವರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಏನಂತ? ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆ ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ. ಏನು ಬೀಗ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿಲ್ಲ, ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ತೋರಿಸಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಮಾಡಿ ನಾ ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಇವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರ?
ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ? ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೈದೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ? ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದಿನ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತಷ್ಟು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಇಷ್ಟ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ್ರಂತೆ
ಯಾರು?
ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೇನಪ್ಪ ಬದುಕಕ್ಕೆ, ಎತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಯಾರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು? ಇವರು K.H. ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪರ. ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಫೋನ್ನ ಅವರೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಜೇಡಿಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಂತವರು. ಬಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ? ಅದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಆಯ್ತು, ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್. ಅದು
ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ? ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್, ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಗಾಲ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ.
Viewers, now a Colombian military plane crashed as it was about to take off. At least 66 people have been killed in an incident that took place on Monday. In fact, search operations continue for at least 4 people who continue to remain missing as part of the accident. Now remember, the flight was about to take off. This military plane that was loaded with ammunition that went off just when the takeoff was supposed to happen. Here's more on that story. Take a look.
A military cargo plane crashed shortly after taking off Monday in southwestern Colombia. The crash left at least 66 people killed, whereas searches are underway for 4 more. Dozens of survivors were rescued and sent to nearby hospitals. Massive amounts of smoke were seen from the site of the plane crash as locals and officials rushed to the site to clear the wreckage and rescue survivors. Images showed emergency workers and other people surrounding the plane and trying to rescue the passengers as smoke rose into the air. The Colombian Air Force's Hercules C-130 plane was carrying 128 people, including 11 Air Force members, 115 Army personnel, and 2 national police officers. Commander of the Colombian Air Force, General Carlos Fernando Silva Rueda, stated that the Navy's timely intervention helped rescue many of the injured.
Tuvimos la oportuna intervención de nuestra Armada Nacional, que tiene una base en Puerto Leguízamo, para llegar de inmediato al sitio y empezar la labor de rescate.
Meanwhile, the streets around Bogota's Central Military Hospital were cleared as the military personnel injured from the crash were brought in by scores of ambulances. As per Defense Minister Pedro Sanchez, the accident occurred as the plane was taking off from an airport at a town in southern Colombia.
De igual manera hemos enviado un equipo investigador para empezar a determinar cuáles son las causas de este siniestro. En este momento no conocemos detalles, salvo que tan pronto despegó la aeronave, sufrió algún problema y se precipitó a tierra más o menos a un par de kilómetros desde el aeropuerto.
According to a firefighter from the scene, the plane was believed to have suffered an impact near the end of the runway with a wing of the plane later clipping a tree as it was plummeting. The crash caused the plane to catch fire and detonate some sort of explosive devices on board, as per the firefighter who was one of the first responders on the scene. Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president, described the crash as a horrific accident that should never have happened.
Viewers, the war in West Asia is not being fought in a linear direction. Now, Israel is also fighting proxies like Hezbollah amid the war based out of southern Lebanon. Now, US's Secretary General spokesperson Antonio Guterres has said that he has demanded for de-escalation amid Israeli and Hezbollah forces, saying that there are more and more reports emerging of firing and destruction on both sides of the blue line. Take a look at this.
I can tell you that we also remain deeply concerned about the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel over UNIFIL. Over the weekend, UNIFIL peacekeepers reported continued exchanges of fire in both directions along the Blue Line, as well as intense airstrikes across their area of operations in southern Lebanon. UNIFIL observed continued Israeli defense military activities and assets concentration across their area of operations, alongside clashes in several areas, particularly in the vicinity of Khiam in Sector East and Aitarun in Sector West. Today, UNIFIL reported an explosion within their own headquarters in Naqoura, with smoke observed emanating from a structure believed to have been caused by a munition. There are no reported casualties, and the full extent of the damage is still being evaluated.
Shifting focus to a fresh breaking development that we're getting in. At least 3 senior Israeli officials have said that US President Donald Trump is showing strong determination to secure a deal with Iran. 25 days of the ongoing war, and now Israeli officials say that Trump is finally coming down to form a deal with Iran amid the war. Now, President Donald Trump, as per the Israeli officials, appears to be determined to reach a deal with Iran aimed at ending hostilities in West Asia. That's as per 3 senior Israeli officials. Now, they've also said that, speaking on the condition of anonymity, they have viewed it as unlikely that Iran will agree to US demands in any new round of negotiations. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, also remember, this comes after Mujtaba Khamenei, reports suggest, is also down for peace talks with the United States. Now, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Hina from the newsroom to get us more updates. Hina, speak to us about the deal that's been, that's expected to be brokered between the US and Iran. Also comes at the heels of Mujtaba Khamenei, as per reports, being down for talks with the United States. Hina.
Absolutely, Gesu. These are the new reports that we are fetching, where 3 Israeli officials, in fact, have reportedly said that Trump is determined to secure a deal with Iran. Now, remember, this comes right after multiple reports, in fact, citing Israeli media, saying that Mujtaba Ali Khamenei has, in fact, agreed to negotiations with Donald Trump to, in fact, achieve peace and negotiation in the West Asia war. So, Gesu, this is a big breakthrough if the talks continue to happen. Now, remember, these reports also citing a conversation which reportedly happened between Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Steve Witkoff. So multiple reports coming in. We have already earlier seen that talks were also expected to take place in Islamabad between Iranian officials and Steve Witkoff and other US officials as well. So different sort of reports coming in. But remember, Iran continues with the stand that no negotiations and, in fact, no talks have taken place in the past 24 hours, even after Donald Trump claims that he has in fact come to a major agreement with Iran in the West Asia war, but Iran has a position saying that no talks and no negotiations related to any sort of potential ceasefire has in fact taken place in the past 24 hours. And in fact, talking about US using the statements as a smokescreen to in fact continue to reposition its military assets in the region. Now remember, Gesu, this comes right after multiple reports of US reinforcing its assets in the Middle East region. We have seen reports of 4,500 troops being deployed in the Middle East, multiple warships also now deployed in the Middle East, various equipment. We're talking about armored vehicles, battalions being deployed. So of course something big can come up, and with Donald Trump, nobody knows, he's unpredictable. So of course we are seeing reports as to what the post-war situation will also look like. But if the talks did happen between Abbas Araghchi and Steve Witkoff, it still remains to be seen. Gesu.
Right, Hina. Thanks for getting us those details and a full roundup of the situation so far. For now, we were shifting focus. Now, even as the UN is urging de-escalation between Israel and Hezbollah, the latest breaking development that we're getting at this hour is that the Israeli Defense Forces have struck multiple Hezbollah headquarters across Lebanon, especially in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, in overnight strikes. Now, these strikes were conducted in Beirut, where several Hezbollah headquarters were targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces, including a key headquarter of Hezbollah's Radwan force, from which multiple missiles and terrorist operations are advanced and executed. In fact, Israeli Defense Forces have said that this base was used to execute terror attacks against Israeli Defense Forces and their soldiers and Israeli civilians. Additionally, the Israeli Defense Forces has also struck a headquarter of the Hezbollah's intelligence directorate. That's the latest that we're learning in. While the United Nations continue to demand de-escalation between Israel and the proxy force Hezbollah inside Lebanon, the Israeli Defense Forces in overnight strikes have yet again struck plethora of Hezbollah targets, including their intelligence headquarters, their Radwan force headquarters. Now, they've said that these headquarters were used by terrorist operatives to advance and execute terror attacks against the soldiers and civilians of Israel. That's what the Israeli Defense Forces have claimed. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where we bring you how an Iranian missile attack on Tel Aviv has resulted in a massive crater in the road. And this is not the first incident. We're getting you all the details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू। अरे अनुसरी होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get you all the latest updates that we're getting in on Republic TV. Time for a quick check of the headlines.
भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi addresses the Rajya Sabha on the escalating West Asia war, says the government is committed to prioritizing the safety of Indians. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involves high-level political shielding. DMK finalizes seat-sharing deal with its allies for the upcoming Tamil Nadu polls. Congress gets 28 seats, whereas VCK given 8. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cause firing reported between Kuki and Tangkul Naga groups in Kamjong district. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs high-level meeting on the evolving situation in West Asia. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93 rupees 71 paise against the US dollar in early trade. And we have breaking news coming in the Lands for Job case. There is relief coming in for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav, the former Bihar Chief Minister. Delhi High Court has refused, it is a refusal of relief. There is no relief, in fact, I stand corrected. Delhi High Court has refused to grant relief to RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav in the Land for Job scam case. Now, the court did not quash the CBI FIR. Now, this means that there is no relief for him. Investigation in the Land for Jobs case, Land for Jobs scam will continue. This is when he was the railway minister. And Delhi High Court rejects Lalu Yadav's plea to quash Land for Jobs case. And the Delhi High Court dismissed the plea by Lalu and the Union Railways Minister. He was the former Union Railways Minister, Lalu Prasad Yadav, to quash the Land for Railways Jobs case against him and several of his family members. So there were his family members who were named in this case, and the Land for Jobs scam is now was in court today in the Delhi High Court, and the court has rejected his plea for relief in this case. So no relief for RJD's Lalu Prasad Yadav in the Land for Job case. The pleas filed by him It's been rejected by the Delhi High Court, and this is a setback for Lalu Prasad Yadav. He was the Union Railway Minister in 2004 to 2009, providing Group D railway jobs to individuals in exchange for land parcels transferred to his family members and associates. That's the allegation against him. Those are the charges against him. And there's no relief for him. Sarthak joins us live on the broadcast for more. Sarthak, tell us more details about what happened in the court as it has denied relief to Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Today, the Delhi High Court has rejected Lalu Prasad Yadav's plea, and the court said that the plea had no merit. So there was basically no strong legal basis in his argument. The case against him, therefore, what we know of as at this point is the case against him will continue. This plea that was filed by Lalu Prasad Yadav, what he wanted from the court was to cancel the FIR that was filed by CBI against him, and to cancel all the charge sheets that were put on record by CBI in the court, and to cancel the trial court's order that was allowed in which the case was supposed to be proceeded against him. The case is related to the land for job scam apparently, and the allegations upon him that people were given jobs, people were given railway jobs, and in return they allegedly gave land to Lalu Yadav's family at cheaper rates. So in this particular case, what the major arguments that were given by Lalu Prasad Yadav was that the CBI did not take proper approval or proper sanction before filing the case. Apparently, this case was filed under Section 17A of Prevention of Corruption Act, and such approval is required before investigating a public servant. What we know of at this point that the court did not really agree with this argument, and the court did not find any legal law or any legal flaw that was presented as an argument before the court to be serious enough to cancel the case. The High Court had refused to stop the trial, and the Supreme Court of India also supported that decision. So it seems like this is another setback for Lalu Yadav. And what is likely to happen next is the trial in the lower court will continue, and the evidences and the witnesses will be examined. So at this point, what we know of, there is no relief for Lalu Yadav at this stage.
All right, many thanks, Sarthak, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. In fact, we have now some breaking news coming in right now, and this is, in fact, good news that is coming in. Two Indian carriers, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, have now passed through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are going to reach India between the 26th and 28th of March. Two Indian LPG carriers. They are carriers of LPG. Navy is escorting those two tankers, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas. LPG tankers are en route to India. They've passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So this could provide some relief for the LPG crisis, the cooking gas crisis in the country. Pine Gas LPG carrier, the Jag Vasant carrier, both carrying LPG, escorted by the Indian Navy, could be reaching around between 26th to 28th of March. So that's good news coming in. The two tankers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. You can see the visuals coming in on your screens. There are 60 Indian farers in total in these two LPG vessels, in these two vessels that are carrying LPG. And that's an update we're getting in right now. They are carrying 92,612.59. That's the unit for LPG, and they have 33 vessels on board, 33 plus 27 Indian seafarers on board, destined for India, likely to reach ports between 26th and 28th of March. This according to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So that's the breaking news we have right now. 92,612.59 metric tons of LPG, and that's the update we are getting in on Republic TV. We'll also show you those visuals that have been captured on camera of that ship. Those two ships, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, they are being escorted by the Navy And that, of course, again shows that that Indian ships are being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And as has been assured by the government of India as well, that this crisis is being fought through, and at the diplomatic levels, talks have been going on. The Prime Minister also said that he's in touch with West Asia leaders, especially regarding what's happening at the Strait of Hormuz, and that there have been there are many Indian seafarers that are stuck. So that's the breaking news we have right now. That's these are two tankers. You can see visuals exclusively on Republic TV. You can see those. This is of course very important for India to secure its energy needs, and this is a visual from the Strait of Hormuz. It sets a proof of how the ships are moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are being allowed to pass through. Navy is escorting them so that they are secure. And LPG tankers, there are two LPG tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are heading to Indian ports. And that's, of course, a big sort of a relief. That is indeed a relief for India that's battling through the LPG crisis. So that's the video of that that is coming in right now. The Indian seafarers, 33 plus 27 of them, at least 60 of them coming in. All right, viewers. Now we have some big update coming in from Gujarat. Now, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has tabled the Uniform Civil Code Bill in the Vidhan Sabha, and that's an update coming in. A very important update coming in. Gujarat CM now tables the UCC bill in the Gujarat Assembly in the Vidhan Sabha. So there has been, of course, a lot of ruckus also in the Vidhan Sabha and the Gujarat Assembly on other issues, but Gujarat's UCC bill was in the works, and proposing common legal framework for marriage, and this is the update we have right now. Gujarat Chief Minister tabling the bill. Like Uttarakhand, we've seen it's drawing largely from Uttarakhand UCC Act, seeking to standardize the personal laws of various communities. Gujarat government introducing the Gujarat Uniform Civil Code 2026 bill. It has been tabled now, proposing a comprehensive legal framework to govern marriage, divorce, succession, live-in relationships across communities in the state with certain exemptions. And we saw that how just a few days back the Gujarat cabinet had ratified the draft UCC bill, forwarded to the Assembly Secretariat, and now it's been tabled by the Chief Minister in the ongoing session for approval. So Gujarat going the Uttarakhand way. The UCC is an act now. It's in Uttarakhand, and now Gujarat is looking for the same. Try and get you more details on that, but in the meantime we'll get you other stories that are coming in and more breaking developments coming in. All right, now there's news coming in from the war zone, viewers. This is Iran-backed militiamen have been killed in an Iraqi strike, and that's what we're breaking in right now. Iraq's Popular Mobilization Force, a coalition of militias backed by Iran, says that 15 militiamen were killed in an airstrike in western Iraq. So this is not an Iraqi strike, an airstrike that has happened in Iraq. And the dead include Saad Dawaj al-Baiji, who commands the PMF. So airstrikes have been conducted in western Iraq, and 15 Iran-backed militiamen have been killed there. Let me just clarify that. And the PMF, the Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, that's backed by Iran, blamed the United States for the strike, which hit the coalition's command headquarters in Anbar. And Saad Dawai al-Baiji, who's been commanding the operations in Anbar, has also been killed. Now, the PMF was formed to fight this Islamic State group and is formally under the control of the Iraqi army, but it, in practice, still operates with significant autonomy, what we know. All right, shifting focus back home in India. Now, Manipur continues to be on the edge. There's fresh violence that has been reported. Cross-firing has been reported between Kuki groups and Tangkhul Naga groups. Now, this happened in the Kamjong district. The escalation followed between, there have been a series of attacks we've seen for the past few days. We'll get you more in this report.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukhrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukhrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukhrul district of Manipur. Ukhrul and Kamjong districts are 2 adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Now, viewers, news coming in on the talks that Trump is really wanting to have with Iran. 3 Israeli senior leaders have said that Trump wants to secure a deal with Iran, and that's the update we are getting in right now. In fact, the Israeli officials also say they've spoken to Reuters news agency, and they say that Trump wants to reach a deal with Iran, but it's unlikely that it will agree to his demands. So there you have, there is awareness that it's not going to be easy with Iran. Trump is pushing hard, and that's what being told by the Israeli officials, but that they might not agree to his demands. So that's, of course, again, not so good news for United States and Israel both. Now, viewers, we've seen how Israeli Defense Forces have continued to pound several parts of Lebanon, especially southern Lebanon, to target the Hezbollah. And now Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, has said that he has called for talks between Israel and the Lebanese group, the Hezbollah, and is called for the de-escalation as to what's happening in Lebanon. Here's more on that.
I can tell you that we also remained deeply concerned about the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel. Over the weekend, UNIFIL peacekeepers reported continued exchanges of fire in both directions along the Blue Line, as well as intense airstrikes across their area of operations in southern Lebanon. UNIFIL observed continued Israeli defense military activities and assets concentration across their area of operations, alongside clashes in several areas, particularly in the vicinity of Khiam in Sector East and Aitarun in Sector West. Today, UNIFIL reported an explosion within their own headquarters in Nukora, with smoke observed emanating from a structure believed to have been caused by munition. There are no reported casualties, and the full extent of the damage is still being evaluated.
And viewers, big win for the security forces coming in the fight against white terror. Now, Odisha's most wanted Maoist, Sukru, has surrendered. Now, just days after Odisha's most wanted Maoist leader, Sukru, allegedly orchestrated the murder of fellow senior cadre on ways to prevent his surrender, he has now surrendered. Now, Odisha's most wanted Maoist leader, Sukru, is a native of Malkangiri district, and he currently commands a group of around 13 Maoists, mostly from Chhattisgarh, and they're operating in Kandhamal. And now he has finally surrendered, despite and after escaping that, trying to dodge, is now finally surrendered. All right, so this is, of course, a major setback for the Maoists. And a big win for the security forces. And this, of course, has been one of the most important targets for the security forces. Now, what Trump yesterday announced about halting the hostilities for 5 days could have come as a good news for many. But the question remains, is the war really over? Is Trump just buying time, or there is something behind it? Is it just deception? What is behind Trump's move? Is this war going to end? Is it a sign of de-escalation? Major General G.D. Bakshi, a defense expert, tells you more.
Is this the end of the war? I would like to believe so. Sincerely like to believe so. Every day that this war lasts will create a disaster for the global economy. A disaster for the global economy. But if there has been a genuine change of heart in Donald Trump, if for once he's started listening to his military advisors and his intelligence czars who are resigning, Joe Kent and the head of the national intelligence, they've all resigned. Because he says Donald Trump doesn't like to, he finds intelligence briefings inconvenient. If he started listening to them, excellent. It is great for the world. It is great for my country. Because some of the countries that are going to suffer the most from this war and its long-lasting effects are going to be India, Japan, South Korea, Europe. These are the countries that are going to suffer the most. Who have gained? Russia, China, right? And we are going to be one of the worst sufferers of this war, thanks to Donald Trump, who calls himself a friend of India. And ever since the new ambassador has come, we are supposed to have become the best of friends, regardless of whatever they did to us over the last 2, 3, 4 years. The simple fact is, if this is true, it is the best news I have heard in years. And I can only say, thank God. But single event predictions are very difficult to make. You have to go by patterns of the past. What do the patterns of the past say? Last year, June 2025, 12-day war, Donald Trump started negotiations. Before they were over, he attacked. He just used negotiations as a ruse, a bloody ploy to get his forces and to strike. He was most insincere about peace, about giving a genuine chance to peace and about negotiation. He had made up his mind to attack. This year, for the second time, he did it to the Iranians. They were so sure that he would, that he also wanted an off-ramp. They were so relieved. Poor fellows, they were so relieved that they that there would be no war. But Donald Trump wants wars. He's not satisfied with one. This war is not bloody well over. He is planning to shift to Cuba. Why? Because to get the Iran embarrassment off the headlines, he will have to attack Cuba. Epstein, otherwise he goes back to Epstein. It is extremely wrong for a president to get involved in deception operations, to be the mouthpiece of deception, right? Because then your words count for nothing. Nobody will trust Donald Trump again, not in a month of Sundays, right? Your credibility you have eroded yourself by being your chief deception spokesman, right? So, though I'm extremely happy, I'd like to believe it, and I sincerely hope it is true for the sake of the world, for the sake of Asia, for the sake of my country, right? I'll have to wait, we'll have to wait and watch. I would tell the Iranians, don't, there are things that we like to believe. When you are under emotional stress and pressure and some good news comes, you would like to believe it. I mean, that is psychology. But you've been fooled twice. Don't get fooled a third time. He wants a ceasefire, he wants an off-ramp. Well, that's nice, good for him. Der aaye, durust aaye. But, if I was you, I would never take my eye off the military angle, right? The news in the American media is that the Tripoli task force and the Boxer task force of Marines that is coming, they want 1 month of bombing before they go in. They done 48 days of bombing before they went into Iraq. Now from where will you do this bombing, sir? Excuse me, if the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, if the massive Nimitz class Abraham Lincoln could not, had to run out of the Gulf of Hormuz and run out of the Mediterranean Sea, go back licking their wounds, you expect these small carriers, Tripoli and Boxer, etc., to get into the Gulf and bomb the hell out of Iran, huh? They had a much bigger contingent of F-35s. Your VTLs won't make a difference. And if you want to launch your marine assault boats, you'll have to get closer. That means getting into the Gulf. That means getting into the Gulf, which is a death trap for any large size ship. Death trap. And you might end up losing Tripoli, you might end up losing Boxer. So if you have called it off, you have just been prudent and sensible. Please stick to it. Let God give you that, inspiration to stop doing stupid things, to not reinforce a failure. Don't reinforce a failure. Your military experts have told you this is a high risk, high payoff gamble. So Donald Trump has gambled on the lives of the creme de la creme of the American military. He is prepared to gamble on the special forces. He is prepared to gamble on the lives of the Marines. They are some of the top American military professionals. I don't think you should hold their lives so cheap. Any commander-in-chief, before he commits troops to battle, has to be very sure of what are the chances of pulling off that mission, achieving the objectives set. If the experts are saying 90% chance of failure and you still do it, I'm sorry, you give a message. I don't give a damn about the lives of my troops. The Epstein class and the working class, you don't care. Sir, that is an extremely dangerous message to send to the people who are laying their lives on the line, not for you, for their country. Not for you, for their country. And I'm sorry, anybody who has not been in combat doesn't have the moral right to play with the lives of his soldiers. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
It's been a short break, viewers, but On the other side, we get you the exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada exposing the massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involving high-level political shielding.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम माल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला दादा बोलते का गाड़ी में चला।
भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi addresses Rajya Sabha on the escalating West Asia war, says government is committed to prioritizing the safety of Indians. Two more LPG tankers along with 60 seafarers of India passed through the Hormuz and are now being escorted by the Indian Navy as they head to Indian waters, Indian ports. After Republic Canada exposes massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, officials take swift action and seal the godown where the cylinders were stored. DMK finalizes seat-sharing deal with its allies for upcoming Tamil Nadu polls. Congress gets 28 seats, whereas VCK given 8. Manipur continues to remain on edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between Kuki and Tangkul Naga groups in Kamjong district. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. A very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. News coming in from Jammu and Kashmir viewers now. After the meeting that was held by the Union Home Secretary, Jammu Kashmir Police has intensified Operation Sweep along the international border. Now, areas prone to infiltration along Indo-Pakistan international border has been scanned thoroughly. And Home Secretary Govind Mohan in yesterday's meeting had given directions to intensify the operations to rule out possibility of Pahalgam-like attack. Police is carrying out searches in the areas where terrorists have infiltrated and in the past or history of being used as infiltration route. And the tunnels along the international border are also being searched by Jawans of Jammu Kashmir. This is the update we are getting in right now. We are getting reports from Akhnur along the Indo-Pakistan border as well. And what we understand is that there could have been some inputs, and that's why the security situation has been reviewed by the Union Home Secretary as well. And Operation Sweep. These are visuals from Akhnur of Jammu Kashmir and along the international border. You can see the operation that is continued, that's been carried out. My colleague Minister Singh has filed this report from Ground Zero. Take a look.
Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan held a high-level security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir, and clear directions have been passed to go all out against the Pakistani terrorists. Right now we are reporting from the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu, where the security forces have launched a massive crackdown on the traditional infiltration routes. Here you will see that the Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the officials, they are searching these entire areas, especially the areas that are prone to the tunnels that might have been digged by the Pakistani terrorists, that are thoroughly being searched here by the troops of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Here you will see that how these areas that can be a potential route, because in the past also they have been used in such a manner by the terrorists, that terrorists, those who infiltrate from the Pakistan, they come up to this area and then they carry out the terror attacks. In yesterday's meeting, it was a clear direction that was given by the Union Home Secretary that the forces need to ensure that there is no incident like it has happened in the Pulwama, and they have to go all out. Here you are seeing that in this forested area, how the security forces are going all out. The senior officials are also on the ground, and they are trying to ensure that every nook and the corner that is here on the international border is thoroughly searched, because this area has seen multiple such incidents where the Pakistani terrorists, after sneaking from the border, they enter this very area, and here the grown thick vegetations that are all along this very area, this becomes a major threat for the security forces also, because this kind of a habitation, the vegetation that is here, this provides a natural support to the terrorists, and that is why we are witnessing that around the clock march, a search is underway here in the border area of Jammu. This is along the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu, where these massive searches are underway. The clear directives that have been given by the top brass of the Jammu and Kashmir police that leave nothing at chance. This is part of the Operation Sweep that has been launched by the police, and this is to ensure that they sweep all those areas where the terrorist presence was there. There have been instances, and now you will see that how in these dense forests the police troops are marching. They are marching from every nook and corner. They want to ensure that everything is thoroughly searched, because see, what happened that in these areas that have been abandoned for long, this becomes one of those areas where the terrorists can come after infiltration, then they can go carry out attacks. But these security forces are ensuring that every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists are foiled well within time. With Ashu, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And now, fresh visuals coming in from the IDF activity of the Mountains Brigade in southern Lebanon. Now, it's locating a tunnel shaft and destroying a Hezbollah terrorist organization weapons compound. Troops of the Mountains Brigade 810 under the command of Division 210 are operating in the Lebanese section of the Mount Dova area as part of the forward defensive post. And during a targeted operation, IDF troops located a Hezbollah tunnel shaft. In an additional operation, the troops destroyed a Hezbollah weapons compound, and the IDF is operating decisively against the Hezbollah terrorist organization. I'm just quoting from what IDF has said. And it is acting against Hezbollah in response to its, what it says, deliberate decision to attack Israel on behalf of the Iranian regime. IDF says it acts to remove threats to civilians of the state of Israel. So this is a video that has been now accessed by Republic TV, and IDF troops released this video of its operations in Lebanon. And IDF troops releasing video of operations in Mount Dova in Lebanon. Now, shifting focus back home, it's news coming in from Bengaluru. 27-year-old man was brutally killed in the early hours of Sunday near Bhovi Colony in Bengaluru by two people, allegedly following an altercation over money dispute. Take a look at this report to know more.
A brutal murder in public spaces. Horror captured on CCTV. A 27-year-old man was hacked to death by two accused in public light. Kiran, the deceased, can be seen lying on the ground. The two accused, Yuvraj and Kangaraju, can be seen picking up a car's jack rod and beating Kiran multiple times in a fit of rage. The gruesome act was captured on camera. After receiving multiple blows from the two accused, the deceased victim can be seen lying on the ground helpless, unable to move. Shortly after the assault, the victim Kiran succumbed to his injuries. The BJP has launched an attack against the ruling Congress government over the alleged law and order deterioration in the state.
Congress has destroyed brand Karnataka and brand Bengaluru. A shocking murder that has taken place in full public view, brutally killing a young man, and that too without any fear of law. And despite the person dying, the attack continued. Such is the brazenness, such is the fearlessness of the law, because they know that the Congress government has completely failed in law and order.
The two accused, after killing Karan, fled the scene in the same auto they arrived in. But the police were able to track the accused with the help of a tip-off. Both accused were nabbed within 6 hours of the crime. 28-year-old Yuvraj, one of the accused, was an auto driver. The other accused and a friend of Yuvraj, a 26-year-old Gangaraj, was a store executive at an online grocery firm.
Also been informed that there is a continued process of investigation to establish a connection between the persons who has been taken into custody and Kiran, who has been hacked to death. The family of Kiran has been connected with the police department. They have been contacted as of now to make sure if Kiran knew these people previously. Was this a murder due to any personal glitch? Was this a murder due to any financial gain? Was this a murder due to any unsettled disputes from the past? This point of time, since the investigation is on the go, DCP of the East Division in Bengaluru has mentioned that further investigations will be continued, and all the evidences and the proofs against this particular persons who are involved in the murder of Kiran have been collected, and this will be an ongoing process.
Preliminary investigation suggests Kiran, the deceased, was unemployed.
Meanwhile, Manipur continues to be on edge. Fresh cross-firing has been reported between Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. In fact, the escalation between the two communities follows a series of attacks and retaliation since the past few weeks now. Take a look at this report from ground.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukhrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukhrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukhrul district of Manipur. Ukhrul and Kamjong districts are two adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. as investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Now, viewers, there's breaking news coming in. Now, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is reacting to Supreme Court's observation on conversion and caste. Now, on the Supreme Court's decision over conversion ending Supreme Court status, Muhammad Suleiman, who's the founding member of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, has called the decision of the Supreme Court discriminatory. Now, viewers, what has happened is that the Supreme Court concluded that only Hindus, Sikhs, and that the Supreme Court found that conversion to any religion is not specified in the Clause 3 of the 1950 order by a scheduled caste member would lead to the loss of the reserved category status. So that is why that there's a problem now. The Muslim group or the Muslim Personal Law Board is objecting to it. Supreme Court has said only Hindus, Sikhs, and Buddhists can claim scheduled caste status. And now take a listen into what Muhammad Suleiman is saying.
बड़ा उचित फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, बहुत सोचा समझा ये फैसला है। अदरवाइज इसका इतना नाजायज़ फ़ायदा लोग उठा रहे थे कि आपने धर्म परिवर्तन किया और उसके बाद आप शेड्यूल कास्ट बन के और उसको आरक्षण का लाभ और भी जो भी सुविधाएं हैं उस सब का लाभ लेना, तो ये उचित नहीं था। तो अभी जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला आया है, मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही सराहनीय है और पूरा समाज इसको एक्सेप्ट कर रहा है।
Okay, so these are the observations of the apex court. Now, one cannot follow other religions and claim the Supreme Court status. Only Hindus and Sikhs and the Buddhists qualify for the Supreme Court status. Just take a listen in once again to what the personal law member has to say.
This decision of Supreme Court is confirmation of the Andhra Pradesh High Court that an Indian who belongs to SC section of society will lose the status of being SC and enjoying a special SSC Atrocities Act, because he will no more be treated as a Hindu. And moreover, in Christianity and Islam, there is equality, no caste system, no doubt about it. But this decision of the Supreme Court and previous decision of High Court are also discriminatory because they had not upheld the basic spirit of the Indian Constitution under Article 25.
Now, my colleague Sarthak is joining us live in the broadcast from the Supreme Court. Sarthak, Justice Mishra-led bench has made some very important observations. So this was, of course, from a case in Andhra Pradesh court pertaining to a pastor. If you could just explain to our viewers what really happened, what is the stance of the Supreme Court in this case, and why is the Muslim Personal Law Board objecting here?
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. The stance of the Supreme Court is pretty much clear that somebody who has already been converted in a different religion cannot take benefits of the SC Act or cannot take benefits of the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. The Supreme Court says that the order passed by the Andhra Pradesh High Court is very clear, and there should be no two ways about it. The man, let me give a little background in the case. The appellant in this particular matter was born in the SC community that he claims he was born in the Madika community, and he claims that some caste slurs were made by the accused in this particular case, and however the